Richard?
Hello, Richard.
Hi there.
Are you with LA Kala?
I am, yes. I have the presentation for Downey Pride.
Is Priscilla presenting?
Is Priscilla presenting?
No, I will be presenting. She had another meeting that she had to attend, actually. for
Okay,
a
thank you very much.
So I'm gonna make him a host.
Yeah.
We're gonna make you a host.
You can mute
Okay, great. Thank
So
you.
you can mute yourself. So you can mute yourself.
Perfect, thanks.
Hello, Richard. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you're a host now, so you can control your mute and unmute. Also, you can share your screen when you need to.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
I see it, yeah.
I will now reconvene the special city council meeting. Madam City Attorney, would you please report the closed session action?
There was one item on the closed session agenda. The city council gave its legal counsel settlement authority, and that ends the closed session report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. The special city council meeting is now adjourned. Before I begin the regular city council meeting, I would like to inform members of the public that I will be taking public comment for non-agenda public comment and for items on the agenda via our teleconference line. Those wishing to address the city council may call 562-299-6622 when I make the announcement. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the city council, the City of Downey will continue to follow Government Code Section 54954.3 B2 and provide non-English speakers double the allotted time to make their public comments utilizing a translator. All other speakers will be given the allotted 3-minute speaking time as established by the Downey Municipal Code, unless modified by the mayor. All public comments will be recorded into the record. Once your time has ended, the call will be immediately disconnected. For those who have submitted their comments via email, your comments will be read into the record at the appropriate times during the meeting, and no additional public comment will be permitted via teleconference. I would like now to call to order the regular City Council meeting. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Councilmember Alvarez,
Present.
Councilmember Ashton,
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco,
Present.
and Mayor Frometa.
Present. I would like now to ask Pastor Shane Hicks, Senior Pastor at Legacy Church, to please lead us in the invocation. If we can please rise.
Amen. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Pastor Hicks.
All right, let's go before God. Lord of lords,
King of kings and God of gods, we do not come before a false god today, an idol made from human hands and minds, or the God of culture, but you alone, the one true God. We are thankful to be able to pray for our city and our leaders and our residents, God, and everybody that you desire to be impacted and to be loved in this city. In this time of division in so many ways, God, it is only the power of Almighty God that can unite us in every way. Lord, you have called us to unity and not to be divided. And Jesus, I pray that our city reflects the unity that you share in yourself as God. But many reject you, God. Your lordship defines our authority, and whether we choose to submit or not is inconsequential to you, but detrimental to ourselves and our community. So, Lord, I ask for your work to influence the hearts of those who lead us, that they would not mistake their own feelings and ideas as your will, and instead that they would incline their hearts and minds to you and your direction for this city. I ask for humbleness, God. Though there are many successes we achieve and have earned, even as a city, these things are of no value in comparison to your great wisdom and love. For this reason, God, we ask you to prepare ourselves in the way we conduct the leadership of this city to function in preparation for a day in which you will judge our leadership, you will judge our words, and you will judge our actions, God. You will judge every effort. And Lord, I pray that for those who lead us, God, for those in this city, that we would take very seriously the reality that we will give an account to you, God. As much as we love this city of Downey, as much as we love the positions of leadership, which are really roles of service that you've given us. God, this is your city. This is your state. This is your nation. And this is your world. So I pray that our leadership makes you proud. And I pray that you would instill your wisdom and power, God, to each of us that we might be effective for you. I pray fiercely for Mayor Claudia, who holds a great responsibility, God, and the weight that brings. I ask that you would share the burden of her leadership, God, and that you would elevate her beyond the trials and tribulations that come to her in a central position. And I also pray for all of our city officials. Lord, you know their struggles, you know their needs, God, you know their hardships, you know what's distracting them right in this moment. And God, I pray that from your abundance and provision, that you would meet each of them right where they're at, God, that you would lift them up. Lord, that you would remove their burdens and weights, that you would protect their families. God, that you would not allow any enemy, foreign, domestic, or spiritual, to come against them. God, I ask that you would use their hardships to build their character, that they would rise above, that they would be overcomers, that they would be an example, God, a model of what it means to pursue Almighty God in the continual building of personal leadership and integrity. God, I pray they see their greatest need is your guidance. And Lord, in the tangible tasks of governing our city, we need your guidance in ministering to the homeless. We need your direction in keeping our residents safe. We need your provision of time to fix that which is broken. And God, we need what only you can provide to make Downey a beacon of light and hope to the entire world around us. So God, we are thankful for this time, God. We're thankful for this time of peace. We're thankful that we can come before you to pursue unity and to pursue that which is right. So it is in the name of God Almighty we pray tonight. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Hicks. I will now like to call upon our dear Mayor Pro Tem, Blanca Pacheco, to lead us in the flag salute.
Thank you. Can I have everybody face the flag? Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you. Thank you. We have several presentations tonight. I will go downstairs, and after each presentation, I will ask my council colleagues to join me for photos as we do these presentations and proclamations. So give me just a moment. Good evening again, everybody. I would like to introduce today the Mayor's Legacy Award. And this special person came to mind because of her many, many, many years of service to our community. And Kathy, would you please stand next to me? Welcome. Kathy Balone Godinez was born and raised in the city of Downey. She's a product of our Downey Unified Schools and a graduate of Warren High School. She has 2 children, Jasmine, who graduated in 2010 from Downey High School, and her son Devin, who will be graduating this month from also Warren High School. Kathy has been involved in various leadership roles assisting our local community organizations for almost 20 years. Some of these organizations include the Assistance League of Downey, Downey AYSO, Downey Junior Athletic Association, Downey Razorbacks, Northwest Downey Little League, Griffiths Middle School PTA, and many of us also know Kathy from our many years of involvement with the Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count. Kathy is passionate and fully invested in volunteering with our community and our youth organizations, and is a firm believer that character counts in our everyday actions. I met Kathy many years ago. Together, we've raised our families in this community. I'm also a product of Warren High School, and we've navigated through this community. And I've always been so inspired, Kathy, by your devotion and your volunteerism to this community through the various organizations that I mentioned. My children have been part of DJAA, Downey Razorbacks, of course, Downey Assistance League, and through it all, you having a full-time job and raising a family, also find the time and the dedication to give hours and hours and hours of service to all of these organizations. The impact that you are having in our youth is one to be admired and recognized. And I wanted to present to you with the Mayor's Legacy Award. And let me read that to you. It reads, Mayor's Legacy Award is presented to Kathy Balone Godinez in recognition of your selfless dedication and always going above and beyond for others. Your heartfelt efforts and accomplishments have been of enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Thank you, Kathy, for leaving a legacy of service and generosity in our community. Thank you. I will present this to you, and Kathy, if you want to say a few words. And I do have your one, so don't go away. Go ahead. Whew.
Excuse me, sorry. Oh my goodness, it's a lot more than I thought. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. I can't express how humbled and grateful I am to be receiving this recognition. It's a great honor and privilege. I want to thank you once again, Madam Mayor, for considering me and for taking the time from the meeting to present the Mayor's Legacy Award for something that I love doing, which is working with our youth in our community. I also want to take the time to thank Assistance League of Downey for allowing me allowing me to be part of such a great organization, and Downey Razorbacks for continuing to have the faith in me as Vice President. It's truly a blessing and a gift when the young ladies of our cheer program become part of our assist teams wanting to serve our community, or to ask to come back as a trainer or to come back as a young adult to be a coach and give back the time and dedication that was once given to them. That's the legacy that I want to leave. I want to continue to inspire and see our youth coming back and giving to our community. Thank you to my kids. It's because of them that I am able to serve at the capacity that I do. Thank you to all the volunteers in our great city, Once again, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Without your continued support, we would not be able to have the organizations that we do for our community and our youth. Thank you. My daughter. Would you like to have a Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you, thank you. Hi, how are you? We also have a few proclamations this evening. I would like to call on Mr. John Oskui. We have a Public Service Recognition Week for exemplary employees. And Mr. Oskui, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, it is indeed my distinct pleasure. As you know, every year, the first week of May is recognized as Public Service Recognition Week. Madam Mayor, I am grateful for the opportunity to thank all of our city staff for all that you do on behalf of our city. To the City of Downey employees who are here today, each and every day I've had the distinct pleasure of witnessing your remarkable contributions of what you do, your dedication. Even during these difficult times that we went through, particularly last year during the pandemic, you continued working to find innovative solutions to complex issues that we were confronted. Your hard work does not go unnoticed, certainly, and I want you to know that I am proud to serve with you. Madam Mayor, if I may introduce these exemplary employees, I'm going to start with City Attorney's Office, Crystal de Santiago, Paralegal. Crystal, please. Crystal goes above and beyond in everything she does for the city. She's been a great help for a busy and quick-paced City Attorney's Office, and we know how our City Attorney operates. That's why. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you.
City Clerk's Office. Isabel, where are you? Isabel Prieto. Isabel assists the City Clerk's Office with the processing of public records requests, counter, and phone calls. Isabel is an exemplary employee. She is dedicated, dependable, accountable, and always committed to providing the best service to internal and external customers, and I know that she does it every time with a smile, a big smile. It is a pleasure to have Isabel working with the City Clerk's Office, Madam Mayor. City Manager's Office, City Council's Office, Vania de Rojas. Vania joined the city in 2018 and has over 16 years of public service experience. She's a tremendous asset to the City Manager's Office. She has been instrumental in staying on top of the LA County health orders, coordinating food drives, securing grants, following all new and changing legislation, overseeing the CARES Act funds, as we've seen it in the last 9 months, spearheading the Girls on Fire program, implementing the city's performance management program, among many others. Thank you, Vanya. Columbia Memorial Space Center, Laura Brim. I don't think that she would be here, but I'm going to go through the bio. Laura has been on the team that completely transformed the operations to an online platform. She has helped to set up the in-house production studio, as well as develop the learning resources used in virtual programming by the Space Center. Laura has been a big reason why the Space Center has not skipped a beat this year despite being closed. Thank you, Laura. Community development. Someone that we know and we can hear upstairs from downstairs, Jessica Flores, Economic Development and Housing Manager. Jessica, not only did Jessica return in the midst of a global pandemic, watch this, from maternity leave, thank you. She jumped right into helping create and manage all aspects of the city's COVID-19 residence and business programs. Thank you. As the manager of the city's Economic Development and Housing Division, she has overseen all aspects of the COVID-19 resident rent payment program, business grant program, and funds allocated to our community-based organizations. Thank you so much, Jessica. Finance Department. All right, Melissa. Melissa Villaseñor, Administrative Assistant. Melissa, as you all know, is a long-term Downey team member. She joined the city in 2003, and shortly thereafter, she became the full-time admin assistant to the Director of Finance, has enjoyed working in that capacity, handling government claims, insurance policies, employee rideshare program, and answering my emails, just to name a few of her responsibilities. During her employment, Melissa has returned to school. Congratulations, received her Bachelor of Science degree in Professional Studies from Cal State Long Beach. Go Beach. She's an active member of both the city's Employee Engagement Committee and the City Hall Building Emergency Response Team. Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it. Thank you. Fire Department, Carla Rodriguez. All right, here she is. Carla is the department's fire prevention technician. During the short time she's been with the city, how long, Carla? 8 months. 8 months. She has worked hard to make fire administration more efficient and customer service oriented by improving processes, training new employees, and taking on extra duties. She is a committed employee who works tirelessly to make the fire department better. She has been a great addition to our team. Welcome and thank you. Human Resources, Rocio de los Palos. Did I say it right? Thank you. Rocio was selected for her exceptional service over the last year assisting in the city's employees' COVID response. Please. Rocio was involved in implementation of the city's COVID prevention plan to ensure the health and safety of staff, as well as assisting employees with COVID-19 related leaves and benefits, and we know it was a busy time. Rocio often went above and beyond to ensure the health and safety of city staff during this difficult year. Thank you so much, Rocio. Appreciate it. Ernesto Mercado from the library. He is not going to be here, but I mentioned he and I compete for a spot to charge our cars every morning. Ernesto, I know his car now. Ernesto is the supervisor for most of the part-time staff, serving the point of contact for anyone working the floor of the library. This year, despite the hardships we have experienced, Madam Mayor, Ernesto has managed to keep the staff engaged and together. There was a lot of behind-the-scenes activities that happened, not at the location, obviously, we were closed, but there was a lot of work that went into the place while we were not in the building, and you see the result of it now, and Ernesto was spearheading those efforts. While getting them focused on the library reopening plan, he was instrumental in developing that. So thank you, Ernesto. Parks and Recreation, Michelle Arias. And I have known Michelle from the very first day that I started working here, because that was one of the first places that I visited on my first day of job, the Aspire program. Michelle has been with the city for 20 years and helped build and guide the Aspire after school program into what it has become today. Her personality and approachability lends well to her leadership and vision for a program and staff, indeed. She has been a valuable contributor to the department, but quite possibly even a bigger impact in the community and the lives of thousands of students and staff. Thank you, Michelle. Corporal Diaz, Ralph Diaz, our police department. Ralph's dedication to work extends to serving people in community-related events. Ralph organizes or attends almost every event in the department, participates in such events as Officers Serving for a Cure, National Night Out, Christmas Toy Giveaway, Thanksgiving Dinner Giveaway, and other events. Ralph also organizes the 5K for 5K Memorial Run, Downey's participation in the 9/11 Memorial Run, Downey's Baker to Vegas team, that didn't happen this last year, right? It will happen this year. And Law Enforcement Torch Run for Special Olympics. Prior to school closures due to COVID, Ralph worked closely with the administrators of his assigned schools and patrols the schools during the drop-off and pickup times. Ralph took a proactive approach to his assignment, and with the assistance of another motor officer, I believe, he developed and created a pamphlet to advise parents about traffic safety, which is extremely important. Ralph also developed a plan for improved traffic circulation during peak times and presented it to the school administrators. Thank you, Ralph. You're the only one left, Brian. Come on up. Brian Alleman, Assistant Engineer with Public Works. Brian is one of the most versatile engineers in Public Works Department. He started as an unpaid intern, and I remember that, in the city of Downey in 2013. With the skills he learned in Downey, he left for another city where he worked until 2017. However, we know he's a smart man because he came back to Downey as a full-time assistant engineer in 2017. As an assistant engineer, Brian is in charge of the permit counter, issuing public work permits to contractors and utility companies, and he also answers a lot of inquiries from residents and business owners. Finally, he also administers the design and construction of capital improvement projects. He is definitely an asset to the Public Works Department. Thank you, Brian. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this concludes our presentation.
Don't leave. I want to take a group photo and invite my council colleagues to join us, please.
It's not official without a picture.
It's not official.
It didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before everybody leaves, if you can just hang tight for just a second, I just wanted to again reiterate and say thank you. Downey is a great city because of the dedication and the hard work and the commitment that each of you places every day in your jobs. We value you, we appreciate you, and we thank you. Thank you again. Good night. The following proclamation is part of this Public Service Recognition Week, which is May 2nd through the 8th. And I'll go ahead and read it quickly. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels, these unsung heroes do the work that keep our nation working. And whereas public employees take not only jobs but oaths, and whereas many public servants, including military personnel, police officers, firefighters, Border Patrol officers, embassy employees, healthcare professionals, and others, risk their lives every day in service to the people of the United States and around the world. And whereas public servants include teachers, doctors, and scientists, train conductors, astronauts, nurses, and safety inspectors, laborers, computer technicians, social workers, and countless other occupations. Day in and day out, they provide the diverse services demanded by the American people of their government with efficiency and integrity. And whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. Now, therefore, I, Claudia M. Frometa, Mayor of the City of Downey, do hereby announce and proclaim to all citizens that May 2nd through May 8th is Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels. I will now also have we will do the National Police Week proclamation, and I would like to call on Chief Dean Milligan to say a few words about this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Earlier today, we placed a wreath at our Police Officer Memorial in recognition of National Police Week, which is this week, May the 9th through the 15th. We also did it to honor our fallen partners, Wayne Presley and Ricky Galvez. But I wanted to thank the mayor and the rest of the council and department heads and city staff for being part of that. While it wasn't a heralded event, it's something special for the police department, and we want to thank you for being there for us. We appreciate the support that we have from you, Madam Mayor, and the rest of the city council colleagues and city staff, and most especially from our community. Our folks love the job that they do, and they do it to the best of their abilities. There isn't a day that goes by that I'm not proud of something that comes up that I heard that one of our folks did, but it never surprises me because I know we have such tremendous people that work at the Downey Police Department. So thank you for taking a moment today to recognize those folks. We greatly appreciate it, and we're happy to be here and blessed. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere, Chief. So let me go ahead and read this proclamation. But before I do so, again, I want to reiterate my support for our law enforcement officers. We are living such crazy, divided, and difficult times across our world. And certainly our first responders, and in particular, our law enforcement officers, face much difficulty, and their jobs become harder every day. And Downey, being the aspirational city that it is, people want to live here because of the safe neighborhoods we are able to enjoy. And the reason we are able to enjoy safe neighborhoods is because of our Downey Police Department and the work that our Downey officers do. And so I want to, once again, Chief, recognize the work of your department and let you know that we support you. And I will read this proclamation. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15 as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as National Police Week. Whereas the International Association of Chiefs of Police has declared police officers' safety and wellness a top priority, and the IACP Center for Officer Safety and Wellness promotes the importance of individual, agency, family, and community safety and wellness awareness. And whereas the members of the Police Department of the City of Downey play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of our community, and whereas it is essential that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their commitment to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the men and women of the Downey Police Department unceasingly provide a public service, now therefore I, Mayor Claudia M. Frometa, call upon all citizens of the City of Downey and all patriotic, civil, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 9 through the 15th, 2021, as commemorating police officers, past and present, who, by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities, have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in doing so, have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. I further call upon all citizens of the City of Downey to observe May 15, 2021 as Peace Officers Memorial Day to honor those peace officers who, through their courageous deeds, have lost their lives or have become disabled in the performance of duty.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Let's take my council colleagues. Okay, moving right along, we are talking about recognizing the work, the selfless work that people in various capacities do to keep our community safe. And I would like to extend a proclamation to in honor of Emergency Medical Services Week. And I would like to call upon our Chief Herlock to talk a little bit about EMS Service Week.
Thank you. The theme for EMS Week this year is caring for our communities. And Madam Mayor, council members, and citizens of Downey, the EMS responders from the fire department are dedicated to providing the highest level of care and service to the citizens of Downey that they serve. And on behalf of all of them, I would like to thank you for recognizing their efforts and for proclaiming next week as National EMS Week. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. EMS Week is May 16th through the 22nd. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of the emergency medical services team are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing essential out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of the emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, I, Claudia M. Frometa, Mayor of the City of Downey, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 16th through the 22nd, 2021, as Emergency Medical Services Week with the EMS strong theme, This is EMS, Caring for Our Communities. I encourage the community to observe this by thanking those who serve us every day. As I mentioned about our law enforcement, we are really blessed in the city of Downey to have our own police and fire. And this, once again, is a city where people aspire to come to. And why? Because we have these services and people feel safe in this community. So I want to say thank you, Chief, for your leadership, and thank you to all of our firefighters for your dedication, your commitment, and your steadfast, resolute work in keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Next chance will be a year and a half from now.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging with us with all of these proclamations. Let's go ahead and get the meeting and the rest of the business going. Give me just a minute. I want to say what a pleasure it is to have all of my council colleagues present. Thank you all for being here tonight, and I am happy to report, again, we've all been vaccinated, and it's just nice to see everybody here. It is nice to see us moving in the right direction in terms of being in the yellow tier and moving forward with additional vaccinations across the county, certainly across our city. At this point in time, I would like to move on our agenda with City Council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, and conference and meeting reports. And I will start to, this time, I will change it up a bit. I'm going to start with my far right, Councilmember Alvarez.
Good afternoon, everyone, my colleagues, staff. Like always, I will keep my comments brief. I just wanted to consider and sometimes spending the time, I know it's under the COVID limitation to have the public to comment a little bit more, but I just approach to see if we can do that. In the spirit of honoring the public's right to engage peacefully with their government, I would like to observe a moment of silence for the people of my country. Colombia, as many of you know, there is ongoing violence against people who are protesting against unfair tax increases. And I stand together with the people seeking justice. Let us have peace. Let us have a moment of silence for all the victims in Colombia. Starting now. Thank you. Next, it's really difficult for me to bring this up again. But for the second time, I would like to ask you, Mayor Pro Tem and colleagues, to see if we can release the findings of what happened with my background. I know there was an evaluation investigation on that, but I think it's really fair to bring that to the public in the future, if that's possible. Next, I would like to thank my city council colleagues for helping establishing the June LGBT Pride Month. Very recently, I have been contacted by families in Downey, and they have shared heartbreaking stories with me about their trans children in school. And all children in Downey deserves our support and respect. And LGBT Pride Month is a step to the right direction to keep forward, looking to have peace and love with us. Thank you for that. Next, I would like to bring ADA issues, and I think we need to do better job. And I'm not sure how can we do this, but I would like to empower an ADA population. I have heard messages directly that there's classes of swimming classes for kids, but ADA is not incorporated. If we can look into that, that would be great. I have heard that, well, I was in the meeting when this happened, Aspire program, it's already done, I believe, at the month of June, or it's already done, I do not remember. Yeah, so I don't know if we can ask for staff to look into the, and see if that money that it was going to Aspire program can go directly to the ADA children. Hopefully we can get into that. Another thing, I didn't have it in my comments writing, but I would like to seek information if we can have an ordinance and the Downey street for the small businesses that sometimes they're having a lot of issues for calling the police because of noise. But we gotta understand that it's a place where a lot of businesses are functioning and are working, and then trying to actually keep it up with the COVID situation. So the noise, sometimes it can bother people around that lives around there, but we really need to look into this to see if we can change the ordinance at least in the Downey Street. Yes, that concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. And Councilmember Trujillo to my far left.
Nothing for me, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Ashton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Glad to see everyone here. It's been a while since we've all been together for this. I don't even know if we've. I think this is the first time we've all been together at one point in time. So that's kind of good, considering what we've gone through and where we're hoping to lead our city. Just a couple of items for staff, really quick. I know I just spoke to our Public Works Director, Delfino Kansuji, about the work that's being done on Paramount Boulevard and the 5 freeway. I know we're going to be having a weekend closure of that area for the next 2 weekends. Is that correct? So just for those residents that tend to use that freeway access or tend to use that, Paramount to go north or south, just keep in mind this weekend it's going to be a complete shutdown this weekend and next weekend from like Friday evening till Monday morning. So just be aware of that. And, Caltrans is doing work on the deck. And one thing I did want to kind of bring up in relation to that is that area is kind of cars can pass through there, but it's very hard for pedestrians to go through there since there's no sidewalk on either side of Paramount at the 5 freeway there. So it kind of restricts access for people wanting to walk either north or south from there. And I don't know if that's something that Caltrans can look into about working on sidewalk access, or if that's something that we have to do as far as the city. But if we can look into that, that'd be good. Second item for staff would be in the Public Works Department, again, related to the drought. I know, we thought we were out of it, but now we're kind of second year into the drought again. And I think it'd be good to at least start letting our residents know that, now's a good time to start conserving water, get on it early so that way it's not as bad as it was a few years back. So if there's a way through social media and our water bills that we can share that message with our residents to let them know to continue to serve water, that way we don't have to enact the restrictions that we had to a couple of years back. So that would be one thing. And the last thing would be fireworks. Yes, it's that time of year. So it seems that when the weather gets warm and people have idle time, that the fireworks issue seems to be coming up, and it's starting to happen. I heard a lot of it this weekend. Again, I know we've looked into increasing the fines for the fireworks, increased patrolling for the fireworks. And this is tough for me to say, but I'm to the point where I think it'd be a good idea where we consider a ban on fireworks in the city of Downey. As much as I know that there are a lot of organizations in the city that depend on the firework booths as a big fundraiser for their organization, there's got to be a balance between the safe and sane and the knuckle, for lack of a better word, the knuckleheads that are just using the illegal fireworks. And I know a couple of years back we had a fire that was started right by a nursing home due to illegal fireworks. And I've wanted to kind of see what we can do to maybe push this off and maybe see if it'll work itself out. I don't see it. I personally don't see it happening, and I think it's time that the city of Downey starts looking at enacting a ban on fireworks. And I'd like to have a report from staff to see what the procedures would be to do that, and what basically pros and cons of it. And so that way, as council up here, we can make an educated decision. With that, thank you all for those of you that are getting vaccinated. It's going to help us get one step closer to normal. And for those of you that haven't, I know LA County has pretty much gotten to the point where you don't need an appointment. You can walk up. I know we have the center that's on the county property off of Imperial Highway. Please get your shots. I know for the Pfizer, now it's 12 years old and up that are now qualified for that. So if you haven't done so, please, I encourage you. They're not inserting data chips into you or any type of garbage like that. It's a vaccine. It's going to help you get better, or help you from spreading something that's been a deadly virus for the past year and a half. And it's time to get back to normal. So please consider your vaccines. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashton. Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's nice to see our whole council together. This is actually the first time we've all been together as a council. So it's a pleasure of having all of you council colleagues here together on the dais in front of our residents of Downey. To our residents, thank you for joining us this evening virtually. Soon enough, we will be able to have people in attendance at our council meetings, but it's still a pleasure that there are so many engaged residents. I wanted to start off by wishing all the mothers a happy Mother's Day. It was Sunday, and then Mexican Mother's Day was yesterday. So to all the mothers, thank you, and I hope everyone had a happy Mother's Day. Some events that I attended, which I actually only wanted to mention one. I had the pleasure and the honor of attending a virtual scholarship presentation never announced this before, but I have a scholarship over at Cerritos College, which is where the college that I attended. And it's for students who are majoring in poli-sci or pursuing a career in legal, to become attorneys or even law enforcement. But the student that I had the pleasure of awarding the scholarship is a young lady by the name of Sochi, and she'll be transferring to a four-year university. She has a 4.0 GPA. She's been involved in her community, and it's students like her that I want to see achieve and help. And so it was truly an honor and a pleasure to be able to participate in this virtual event. But on that note, regards to helping the youth and female engagement, I know having the Girls on Fire workshop this summer will be difficult because of COVID, but I want to see if there's something that we can do for our youth. And maybe we can't do it, but I'd like to see if there's something that we can do possibly in September, if at all possible, for our middle school and our high school students. Because I think it would be beneficial to have our mayor and our other female council member in attendance, along with my male council colleagues. We would love to have you. But I'd like to see if there's something that we can do. And like Councilmember Ashton mentioned, if you haven't been vaccinated, please do so. I'm fully vaccinated now. It's been more than 2 weeks since my last vaccine. So if you get an opportunity, please do so. And with that ends my comments. I'm going to pass it over to our Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It is really a pleasure to sit in these chairs. We have the opportunity to really impact policy and the direction of our city. Certainly, I do want to recognize and thank all of my council colleagues for the work that they do. I also want to recognize this month as Mental Health Awareness Month. And again, we have read and we have been reminded of the impact of this pandemic across the spectrum and across our youth especially. And I want to remind our audience, those watching us via YouTube or via Zoom, that we are offering through the collaboration and the partnership with The Whole Child, we continue to offer in-person free counseling to the youth up to 25 years of age at the Barbara J. Riley on Tuesdays and Thursdays. If you need additional information, please call our offices here at City Hall, and somebody will give you the phone number or additional information to make an appointment. But those services are still available. I always say that strong communities are engaged communities. And once again, I wanted to just really recap some of the events that I had the pleasure of attending since we last met 2 weeks ago. I was invited to give the speech at the Soroptimist International Scholarship Award Ceremony. And again, as more people get vaccinated and as our county has now opened up or has now gotten to the yellow tier, we were able to attend a distance safe event and at the Downey Adult School, where $15,000 of scholarship monies were handed out to various individuals from our high schools, but also adult mothers wishing to go back to school, and that was really inspirational. I also had the pleasure of attending with our Madam Mayor Pro Tem a retirement luncheon for some of our Downey police officers. And again, as a close-knit community, we thank and we appreciate the efforts of our law enforcement officers. We also had the pleasure of attending the National Day of Prayer that is every year put out by the local churches in our region. And this year was no exception, or was again, last year nothing was held because of the pandemic, but this year many of the churches that participate in our clergy council held that event outside with New Season LA hosting that event. Madam Mayor Pro Tem and I had the pleasure of also attending a mask distribution event by Senator Bob Archuleta last Friday. And this is in Operation Senior Safe. It was an event that included the distribution of about 100,000 masks to surrounding cities, including the city of Downey, where 4,000 of those were dropped off at the BJR in Senior Center. Some people have asked how our seniors will get access to this, and every week, twice a week, during our senior meals, those masks will be made available to our seniors during our meal distribution times. I also want to remind our residents that the program, the COVID-19 Rent Relief Emergency Program that we've been discussing over the past several months, continues to be available for those individuals who have been impacted by COVID-19 that are renters. And this program will assist in covering up to 3 months' rent. And again, that monies are still available, and we are more than happy to help you through that process. I would like to ask staff for a couple of things, and I think these items have been mentioned by some of my council colleagues before. One is taking a look at our noise ordinance. I know that some of our neighborhoods, I've been getting complaints from many residents about very noisy neighbors, and we realize people like to enjoy music, and we all enjoy music of various kinds, but we also need to be sensitive to our neighbors and know that, we do have a noise ordinance in place. Also, the racing and the speed enforcement along our major thoroughfares. Chief Milligan, thank you for continuing to direct staff to monitor those areas. I think we continue to see along Florence and Lakewood and Firestone the speeders, and so we want to continue with the speed enforcement. Once again, people have been asking us, and in fact, as council colleagues, we have had this conversation, when are we going to reopen our council chambers? Certainly, all of us here have been vaccinated, and we want to have a return to normal. Trust me, we want to see our council chambers back to normal. And what we are hearing from the county, certainly the state is set to reopen as of June 15th. We have been the only city, believe it or not, that has had a council that has been present in conducting meetings. Many of councils in surrounding cities have been remote since the pandemic began. And so we are moving in the direction we want to open our council chambers, and that is going to be happening very, very soon. We will be continuing to follow the guidance. We are now in the yellow tier, and with vaccinations moving in the right direction. Just yesterday, the LA County update with Dr. Barbara Ferrer, she did mention that if vaccinations continue within our region the way they have been, we could see a return to a more normal state sometime in July. Certainly, the city of Downey, we're already at the 40% mark, and we want to continue to move in an increased direction so that we can have more gatherings and be able to move in a more normal state. But thank you all, and I would like to ask at this time, Madam City Attorney, I know Councilmember Alvarez has asked for the results of the investigation that has taken place, and I don't know if you want to take that at this point in time, if you are ready for the findings, or do we want to release those by the next council meeting?
I can bring something back, a formal statement of the findings at the next meeting.
Great.
I apologize, I wasn't prepared for that today, but certainly next meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Councilmember Alvarez, is that okay with you? Okay, thank you. And I think that will conclude my comments for tonight and my requests. Thank you. We will now move on to public hearing. We have, item number 1 is amend sections of Article 9, land use of the Downey Municipal Code related to single-family residential development and subdivision standards in the single-family residential zone, and adopt a single-family residential design guidelines. We're going to introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Downey, amending various sections of Article 9 of the Municipal Code regarding single-family residential development and subdivision standards and single-family design guidelines for development. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. City Clerk Duarte, do we have proof of publication?
We do, Mayor.
Okay, who is going to be giving us that report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may, I'm going to ask Community Development Director, Mr. Schindler, to provide a background.
Mayor, can we take a motion and a second to receive and file the publication?
Oh, yes, thank you, thank you.
Make that motion.
I'll make a second.
Thank you. Can you please take roll?
Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashton?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa.
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Now, City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any correspondence on this matter?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, so go ahead.
Madam Mayor,
Mr.
Mr. Schindler will provide a background, Community Development Director. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. We have a consultant that's going to be providing the presentation tonight, but I wanted to give you a little background. This topic stems back a few years. We have some new council members on board since we've started this work. So the topic is a result of residential lot splitting, and that's when you remove a single-family home on a large lot and people place 2 new homes on that same lot. The recent activity happened over the last decade. We've seen most of the activity happening in the Orange Estates. The 3 sites that really got people riled up were all on 3rd Street. The first site was a property which was 2 lots to the west of Reeves and 3rd. The second site was mid-block on 3rd Street between Paramount and Smallwood, and the most recent, which was the true trigger behind this mansionization study, is at the northwest corner of 3rd and Reeves. And so at that time, when that application came through, the Planning Commission was at its wits' end and denied the application. That application was then appealed to the City Council, which the City Council needed to approve. Based on that, the City Council had a lot of discussion in terms of how to move forward. We subsequently initiated a moratorium on lot splitting, which meant we took a pause and we weren't going to approve any of those activities for a bit of time. After that, Council had quite a bit of discussion on the topic and then came to the conclusion that it's not so much the splitting of the lot as it is the size of the homes that are being built on those lots, hence mini mansions. And so council directed staff to study the topic and return with recommendations. So staff, through a procurement, hired JKA, which is John Kaliski Architects, to conduct a study on our single-family residential design standards and complete a community assessment. John Kaliski is here tonight to present our findings and recommendations, which would be amendments to our single-family residential zoning standards. Our city planner, Crystal Landavazo, is also here. She'll be able to answer any Downey zoning and development application questions that you might have. So with that, I see John waiting in the wings. I'd like to bring John Kaliski down to start his presentation.
So while they come up, Ms. Schindler, was this the thing where we had a few different topics or we had, like, I remember there was something at the Space Center where we looked at homes and such like, was this?
Visuals of different housing product in the city and had people vote on them. You know, what they liked, they were neutral, what they didn't like, and then had a discussion about the different architectural elements and their perception of it. So all of that data collection led us to the items that we're going to present tonight. John, with that, once again, I didn't mean to steal too much of your thunder.
Okay, thank you, Aldo, Mayor, Pro Tem, council members. I think this is on, yes?
No.
No.
No? Do I think it's now on, okay. No, it's not you, for sure. Anyway, thank you very much. I'll go through this materials as Mr. Schindler suggested and hopefully be able to describe this in a little more detail. So we were brought on to take a look at the situation with single-family housing, and then we, over time, developed, with the assistance of staff, standards and guidelines, which are, in essence, before you this evening. Aldo introduced our team. We're both architects and urban designers, so hopefully when we do these types of projects, which we have done several times before, we do them with an understanding of constructability, pragmatics, and reality. So hopefully the work before you tonight reflects that. We did get a lot of great assistance from Crystal and from Alfonso, as well as Aldo, and I noticed one of my staff members, Ariel Brenner, who worked on this project, her name is up there, so I assume she's listening through Zoom. We also had 3 community meetings, 3 planning commission meetings, and in each of those meetings we got feedback and we got ideas and we had opportunities to learn what people were concerned about, and we took that into account as well. What have we done? This project started in 2018 for us. We had a big kickoff meeting with staff. We went out and we looked at all the single-family residential neighborhoods, meaning my office did and myself, and tried to understand what was going on, what was the character. We saw a lot of great stuff. City of Downey is very blessed to have a lot of beautiful neighborhoods. We had a lot of interaction with staff about what makes these neighborhoods wonderful in terms of their character, their style, and then what is the essence of that in terms of the patterns that are out there. Because in these types of conversations, when communities get upset, typically they're getting upset about the pattern in some way being challenged, if not broken. We had an initial round of 2 community listening sessions in which we did provide, as Aldo mentioned, an interactive exercise which allowed people to break the ice. One of the things that we were very interested in doing was not only getting knowledge from the people that we talked to, but creating different types of experiences within the meetings so that different types of people would feel comfortable giving us feedback. So we had both sort of open sessions in which people could express their opinions. For those people that weren't as comfortable expressing their opinions, we had ways of turning in materials, either through written materials or whatever, but the goal was to get as many people as possible to give us their input. Based upon that, and based upon our going out in the neighborhoods and looking at them, we provided a set of initial recommendations to staff, which we then worked on with staff, and from those, we developed recommendations for R1 or changes to the R1 zoning code. One of the recommendations was to go one step beyond code requirements and introduce design guidelines that would allow us to provide tools to staff to work with when they encounter people at the planning counter, which was one of the comments that we heard from both staff as well as the community, was that there was a lot of confusion and sometimes lack of consistency in terms of what people were learning or hearing when they came to the counter, either about to propose a project or even having proposed a project. So that's before you as well tonight. We then went out to the Planning Commission in an initial meeting. We then got a bit delayed because of COVID and other things, and then we ultimately had 2 more Planning Commission meetings. At the first Planning Commission meeting, we were requested to go back to the community for a 3rd community meeting, which wasn't in our initial scope of work. That was really good. We got an opportunity to present the work that we had done to the community and got very positive feedback. We then basically, after the first Planning Commission meeting and the 3rd community meeting, worked again with staff to refine the standards. We then went back for 2 more Planning Commission meetings, got some more recommendations, which we'll cover tonight, and here we are tonight. The Planning Commission, we met with them 3 times. There are basically 7 ideas that they specifically contributed to our work, which have been incorporated into the work that's before you tonight. The first one was that they basically felt that they wanted us to really try to, as much as possible, make it possible for people to maximize the amount of allowable building that they could build with 1-story construction, which is a little less expensive, acknowledges the prevailing 1-story character of the neighborhoods. And so we tested the guidelines and the standards that we developed, and we are very, very close that you could almost build all of your allowance with one story. Not quite, but almost there. They also asked us to take a look at how some of this works with regard to changing ADU requirements. That's kind of a big issue, but we're not doing anything in these guidelines that are preventing people from building ADUs or are contradictory to state law. They asked us to take a look and further refine the private street and neighborhood compatibility standards in relationship to the subdivisions, which is where all this standard started, and we did do that. They wanted us to provide some minor adjustments to how the second story modulation standards work, so we did that. And they wanted to really emphasize that front doors should face the streets. We did that. And then finally, at the last meeting held a little over a month ago, they wanted us to not only to, well, back in the first meeting, they said, yes, proceed with the design guidelines, which we did. But at the last meeting, they asked us, working with staff, to develop some exterior color standards, which are before you this evening as well. So what do we have in Downey? A majority of the city is R1, or single-family residential. It's divided up into 6 different zones that are based upon the size of lots. And what these diagrams, which are analytical diagrams that we did show, was that you can maximize your house under the current regulations and still have a tremendous amount of area left on the lot to basically, theoretically, place your house in different positions or whatever. What this really told us was that is that you could fool around with these guidelines in terms of modulation, making changes to mass and bulk without necessarily hurting people's opportunities to develop their sites, that there was room to play from a design standpoint. So that was where we started. Another thing that we did was we took a look at what is being done in communities around Downey in terms of the amount of development that is allowed on a single-family house lot. And what we found was that Downey was more generous than most of its neighbors, with the exception of Cerritos, which allows more. A lot of the communities around here are around 0.4 to 0.5 in terms of our work that we've done in other cities, because we've done this exercise in 2 or 3 other places in the county of Los Angeles. We also see 0.4 to 0.5 being a kind of sweet spots that city after city tends to adopt. Right now in Downey, your standard is at 0.6, which means that you take your site, you multiply it by 60%, and that's the amount of square footage you're allowed to build. If you look at the existing houses, however, what you find is that the original houses are probably more in the range of around 0.2 to 0.3. So when people come before the planning commission or staff or the city council and they say there's a problem, part of the reason they're coming forward really has to do with the amount of change that they're seeing very, very rapidly, so that it's true. A person who has a 1-story house might wake up tomorrow and all of a sudden have a 2-story house right next to them. That's not necessarily a bad thing at all, but sometimes the amount of change that occurs is difficult. The other thing is that some of the standards that exist right now weren't necessarily written with the eye toward maximizing privacy or breaking down the mass and bulk to make it a little bit more compatible, or even recognizing the 1-story character that exists within the communities. So I mentioned on the last slide FAR, or the amount you can build. On this slide, it has to do with the amount of your lot that you can cover with the building footprint. And the thing that I'd point out here is simply that in Cerritos, which has the highest amount that you can build, they also have the lowest lot coverage that you're allowed to achieve, which fundamentally means that in Cerritos, they are telling you, if you max out your FAR, to build a 2-story building. In Downey, when we drove through all the neighborhoods, and what we also heard at the community meetings, was that people want the freedom to be able to build more, but they also want to recognize the single-story character of the communities. So that was kind of what we were trying to balance with these standards and guidelines before you. We also looked at community character. We got a lot of comments about community character. In general, people really like this community, and they really like the neighborhoods and the way they feel and the way they experience them right now. We looked at how the types of patterns of buildings, we looked at when they were built, and we tried to be agnostic as much as possible. I mean, we're just consultants. We love all of this stuff. But what we did hear from people was they really value their ranches, their ranchettes, their minimal traditional buildings, and sometimes some of the newer construction tends to overwhelm that. As I mentioned, we had 3 community meetings. We had interactive conversations in those. We met with people both singly as well as in groups, and the whole kit and caboodle associated with that. And in general, we had some very fun conversations with people. Those community survey findings, basically, this is sort of a slide from the interactive session that was mentioned, but what we basically heard was that residents strongly dislike houses built to maximize the existing zoning envelope. We presented those to the community, and we compared them to others, and we just sort of showed folks what was going on. People consistently disliked houses that were built to the minimum side yard setbacks. We got a lot of comments about people liking the existing architectural styles and wanting new buildings to be consistent with them. They liked the open front yards and the complementary landscaping. And we did get a lot of comments about the subdivisions. And I think the reason we got a lot of comments about the subdivisions is because they tend to be very, very obvious and compared to the existing communities. We did take the same interactive exercise to the Planning Commission. We got very, very similar results from them, though the planning commissioners tended to be a little nicer than the folks in the community in terms of what they liked and what they disliked. They tended to be a little more neutral. In terms of overall concerns, we heard a lot about character. We heard more about character than anything else. We heard a lot about size, development in general, second stories, privacy, subdivisions, private streets, and there were some outlier comments that were important about traffic and concerns about traffic, street parking and public safety, but we tried as best we could to describe to people in the community meetings that those 3 issues in particular, though we were hearing about them, were more or less beyond the scope of what we could do in this type of exercise. So we really concentrated on the first 7 here. So let me take you through now 10 of the key elements. I'll try to do it quickly, and then we will be open to your questions and comments, of course. So the main number 1 was that we did recommend that the FAR be reduced from 0.6 to 0.45. Given that so many of the comments were about juxtaposition of some buildings next to other buildings, people feeling that things were just getting too large, we felt that this was doable. We felt that it was comparative to what one saw in other communities. And in the 2 slides on the right, you can basically see what the difference is. The one on the right is basically, what are we showing here? A typical, or the one on the left is a typical 0.45 structure on a 5,000 square foot lot. It shows it would be built out to 2 stories, garage in the rear. The one on the right shows that you could still accommodate in ADU per the way that the city does the ADUs. And that was important because that was one of the comments we got from the Planning Commission. At the same time, we're suggesting that the lot coverage maximum be associated with that. What that really manages to achieve is to keep a certain amount of open space at both the front and the rear, and it allows us a little bit more flexibility to play with the side yards, which we have some recommendations for that as well, which is the next one here. Right now, you've got just a flat-out 5-foot side yard on either side. What we're basically doing is making it a little bit more performance oriented. So it's 10% of the lot width. So it would be on a 50-foot lot, a total of 5 feet. But if your lot gets bigger, one of those side yards or both of those side yards, depending upon how you do it, has to start getting to be a bigger number. So if you had a 60-foot lot and you needed to basically have 6-foot side yards, 2 6-foot side yards, that total number of 12 wouldn't need to exceed 14. So what it's trying to do is basically recognize that there's a certain point where the increased side yard, which allows for more landscaping, once you get to a certain point, it doesn't need to keep getting bigger forever and ever. Modifying, we have some standards in there for modifying the second-story modulation at the front and the side yards, not the rear yard, mainly the front yard, in order to introduce elements that are at the single-story scale along the front and along the side to basically push it back 5 feet to both enhance privacy and to deal with what I always call the loom factor. Every community we go to, we hear people complaining about second stories looming over the side yards of adjacent homes where there's still one story, and also wanting more separation if you end up with two-story buildings next to each other at the second level. We did get a lot of comments about people feeling concerned about very, very large elements being attached to buildings. And so we have what we call the porch design standard, which basically says that if you are putting on porches or entryways or things like that, they need to, in essence, fall below the eave line or even on a second-story building. So they become minor elements as opposed to the major element that people are looking at. Garages needing to be set back 5 feet from the front setback line, and also limited in terms of the amount of width they can basically be in order to try to keep the garage from dominating the streetscape on new construction. That is always an issue, because if you drive through not only these neighborhoods, but neighborhoods of this period, generally speaking, the garages don't dominate the streetscape. If you go into newer subdivisions down in Orange County where they're on much smaller lots, you will see that the garages become the streetscape. So this was a set of prescriptions to try to maintain some type of balance between the proclivity of people to want ever larger garages and trying to maintain a more friendly streetscape. Subdivisions, there are some big principles which we tried to introduce both in the standards as well as the guidelines. The main one is to basically get the new houses within the subdivisions to be oriented either to the existing streets, or if there are private streets put in there, to have those private streets mimic the character of the existing public streets that the city would otherwise build as much as possible. One of the things we heard over and over again was that people felt that the subdivision standards didn't need to meet the same standards as public streets, and that was a lot of the reason why they felt out of character or out of place. So the goal of the standards in terms of the subdivisions was to try to introduce a little bit more control over what those private street standards would be, and to try to get the basic things like front doors facing the main streets and things like that to happen. We did a technical correction of the parking in order to basically maintain your parking requirements, but to relate it to the new numbers that are based upon the 0.45 instead of the 0.6. So this is simply a technical change, but we're highlighting it only because I think that we had gotten some comments that you're somehow getting rid of parking. We're not actually getting rid of parking. We're just adjusting the numbers to be so that if somebody builds, say, a maximum size house on a 5,000 square foot lot, even though it's less FAR than they had before, they don't inadvertently end up with one extra required parking space. So it's just to keep things even. We did introduce some additional landscape standards, mainly one on new construction, an additional tree or a requirement for a tree in a front yard and a requirement for a tree in a rear yard. That's not currently in your code. And of course, the goal here was to not only have good landscaping, but to deal with the heat island effect that we're all dealing with and to try over time to enhance the urban forest in Downey. Requiring 360-degree architecture for new construction. This is both in order to keep the design consistent and avoid some of the things like the slide on the right, but also because there's a tendency, particularly with two-story buildings, for people maybe to make a gesture towards the public street but not do anything towards the rear. And we did get comments that people didn't like when all of a sudden seeing a two-story building that didn't in any way continue the character of the architecture of the community. As I mentioned, we did provide design guidelines, which are in your packet tonight. Those are additional measures which address character and style, mass, bulk, and height, parking and driveways, side and rear yards, accessory structures, additions, landscaping, and subdivisions. I think the goal here was to provide some additional guidelines that you would need to basically be in compliance with, but to build in flexibility into those guidelines so that individual choice could still basically be manifested by the individual homeowner, their designer, and also to give opportunities to create that type of consistency of review for staff when they sit down with people at the counter so that everyone understands what they're all dealing with. It makes it easier also for staff to point at things and say, well, why don't you do it like this? And then it's going to work a lot better. And then we included this slide only because in our original guidelines we avoided color, probably my own personal bias, but I think we got a strong message from the Planning Commission that they'd like to see us right up front provide some allowed colors and then some ways that there could be flexibility of choice within that as well. So we adapted the same type of attitude towards that as we did the other guidelines. So I've gone very quickly. I've talked about it in generalities. I'm sure myself and your staff would be happy to answer any questions that you have. And I appreciate the time that you took to listen to this.
Thank you very much. Do any of my council colleagues have any thoughts, comments, or questions?
Just a comment, Madam Mayor. So in talking with Aldo about like this whole process, I remember being at the one at the Space Center, and I'm just thoroughly impressed with the presentation. I think you guys did a tremendous job. Considering where we were at back when we were having this discussion, I think this is a good way to move forward with this. And I just wanted to say thank you for the work you guys put in.
Thank you. And I too want to say thank you. I remember being at one of those initial presentations some years back at the Barbara J. Riley. And I think it's important it's been important for us. This is a conversation that has been long time coming, that we want to, our community wants to ensure that the character of this city it continues. And so often we hear about other cities that are very much admired for their consistency, their character, all of these things that we are now discussing tonight. And so I think you mentioned it, you put it quite well when you said we want to respect the individual choice, but at the same time, I think it's important that we have consistency and we also have guidelines in how we move forward with the changing landscape of our neighborhoods. So we want to maintain those. And thank you for that presentation. It was very well done and very thorough.
I did have a question. I also want to thank you for the presentation, the very thorough and informative presentation. I know you mentioned colors. My question would be, so are there any colors that are not allowed? Because I know you showed us the colors that would be allowed. Are there any that would not be allowed? Or would that be at the discretion of the planning commissioners?
No, I mean, I think that we've got a sort of three-tier system here. One is we've specifically pointed people towards colors that would automatically be approved. 2, we've said that other colors can be approved by the planning director on a case-by-case basis. If the planning director, under the way the design guidelines process is set up, feels uncomfortable with a color, the applicant, if they really wanted it, could appeal it to the planning commission. And so theoretically, yes, someone could turn it down, but if someone feels really strongly and they want to make the case, they've got a way of doing it.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I may as well, it was an interesting discussion. It was all kind of based on the pink house that you see when you drive down the street, and it was driven a lot by that. But John mentioned something that's important. The applicants have the ability to appeal the design guidelines. So once again, we understand we want to give people as much freedom within a certain realm. And so there's an appeal process that goes to the city planner, then up through the planning commission. So if somebody is really dead set on something, we can find consensus either at a higher level with staff or with the planning commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we don't have any additional comments, I will now, thank you very much for the presentation. I will now open this item for public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing item may now call our teleconference line at 562-299-6622. For those who submitted comments via email, your comments will be read into the record, and no further public comment via teleconference will be permitted. Did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
Mayor, I do have one email. Hello, Downey City Council. I would like to add my support for the new residential design code. This amendment will make Downey a much better place to live and bring us in line with other neighboring cities in the area of design standards and floor-to-area ratios. I would highly encourage a yes vote supporting this addition to the design code. Have a good day, George Red Fox.
Okay, do we have any speakers on the phone?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Go ahead.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Alex Contreras. I was at the presentation a year ago and I had a really great conversation. The architecture firm did a really great job with putting this together. One thing that I am slightly concerned about in terms of the new regulations and requirements would be allowing homeowners to have flexibility to build ADUs in their backyards. As Downey is going to be facing high RENA numbers, accessory dwelling units are going to be a great way that we can meet our new requirements dictated us by the state. And one thing that I'm slightly concerned about garage setbacks and the new side setbacks is that in terms of building functional, comfortable living ADUs for people to either have their family live in them or rent it out for extra income, is that some of these requirements might get in the way of allowing that flexibility and feasibility, which then makes it more difficult for homeowners to build ADUs in their backyard and makes it more difficult for for Downey to make its RENA numbers. So that's one thing I would like the city council to take in consideration when adopting these new guidelines. Is our job, your guys' job as a city, is to make sure that this process for homeowners to build their ADUs as well as bring in new development to the city is make sure that it's easy as possible, so that way we can then meet our new RENA requirements, which are going to require drastic zoning changes. So that's something I would like everyone to take into serious consideration when adopting new guidelines. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Good evening, Mommy, in the big red dress. Oh, that's you, Philmetta. Sorry. Hey, regarding the Smallwood Reeves of 3rd Street, I'm against the all-one lot splitting because most people can't split their lots, and it's only a recommendation for those with large capacity lots to execute a contract related to their most important matter of public concern and at heart of integrity of community protection. So the character of these large homes don't fit the hood, remove them, and as far as the size, make them ADA compatible. Even when that lady talked about the garage versions for wetbacks, let us live in our garages. Why not? Don't we all live in them? That's the easiest way to pay the rent, Miss Pacheco. Your district has lots of wetbacks like me living in garages because you don't want to provide as part of the billion-dollar bailout from dumb Joseph Biden to get us adequate housing, you stupid cunts. And it's making it a burden on us because of this 2018 regulation for maturization. So,
Warning, please.
Article number 9.
This is your first warning. Please stay on topic.
What?
Stay on topic.
You goddamn it, I'm on topic. Stop interrupting me. I'm on the floor. Just trying to speak and you interrupt me, lady. Don't you know in this case, matters of public concern mean do not interrupt my speech? It's protected First Amendment. Why do you interrupt me like that? Why couldn't you just wait till I was finished with my 2 fucking minutes when I used to get
Go ahead and disconnect. He's not on topic. Thank you. Mr. Schindler, were you going to answer regarding the ADU question?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
We do have a healthy bit of construction occurring in regards to ADUs. We're sensing going forward that we're going to average at least 100 ADUs in our community on an annual basis. So that's something that's going to continue to occur, mostly based on needs in terms of where the market's yielding and how families are growing. But more specifically, we too paused in the middle of this study, and that also is what added to the timeline. And we checked in with the State of California Housing and Community Development Department, specifically in regards to RENA allocations, density, removing the ability of people to increase their unit counts on their lots, because we wanted to make sure that we were aligned with the direction that the state was going in. Also, as mentioned, because we wanted to make sure that we were in line with our housing element update that we're currently going through, which is going to lead us into attempting to address the new RENA number that we're dealing with.
Thank you, Mr. Schindler. Unless there are any additional comments from my council colleagues, I will now entertain a motion in a second to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. Unless there are any additional comments from the council, I will entertain a motion in a second to introduce the ordinance.
I'll make that motion, Madam
And I'll
Mayor.
second.
Thank you. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashton?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa?
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. We are going to go a bit out of order tonight, and I will be taking Administrative Report item number 10 out of order. And this is the hero pay discussion. This item was requested by Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Alvarez, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Frometa. Alicia, can you help me, please? Thank you. Yeah, or can I stand over there? Better for me. Hi, council colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem. So, I'm gonna present to you the ordinance that I have been working with, and I believe after this presentation, the city staff have any presentation like this. I'm just a question. It's a yes? Do we know? Do we know if the city staff had a presentation on this as well?
They don't have a presentation,
Okay.
but they are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Sounds good. Thank you. So we're gonna start with their slides. That's to. Okay, it's fine. I got it. Thank you. So, hazard pay ordinance for Downey, Film Light Grocery, and drug retail workers. So, LA County cities that have passed hazard pay regionally, it's paying $5 more. Los Angeles City, it's paying a $5 an hour as well. Santa Monica, West Hollywood, Alhambra, Glendale, Long Beach is paying $4 an hour. Montebello as well. Pomona, El Monte, and South Pasadena is the only one who agreed to the ordinance to pay $3 an hour. So with this, I just wanted to let all the colleagues know that these cities have passed this law to help pretty much the frontline workers from the stores. Next, so what is the ordinance? The ordinance is a hazard pay ordinance typically require corporate employers to pay $4 to $5 extra an hour to their frontline grocery and drug retail employees for 120 days. These ordinances define and contain the following. Premium hazard pay. So how much premium pay will cover stores be required to pay employees in addition to all other forms of compensation from hourly wages to bonuses? Employee typically hazard pay ordinance define eligible employees as hourly employees. This ordinance can also contain anti-retaliation languages, credit for current employee-initiated hazard pay, give workers the right to sue non-compliant employers, require employers to notify their employees of the ordinance. With this, it's to basically let the owners, the employer, to let them know that if this law passes, they have to go through all this that I just spoke about it. Due to that, a lot of employees, sometimes they get scared. So with this in the ordinance, that will actually help a lot the employer. Who is impacted by the hero pay? Grocery, retail, and drug retail stores with more than 300 employees. Nationwide, and more than 10 to 15 employees at the store that primarily sells groceries. So we are not having this ordinance for less than 300 employees. That means small businesses is not gonna be covered by this ordinance. Retail stores with other 50,000 and 85,000 square feet of retail space, it's a 10% of which is dedicated to either groceries or drug retail. Retail stores that are more than 15,000 square feet and sell 70% grocery or generate 70% of revenues from grocery. Example, it's Ralph's, Food for Less, or Vallarta. Drug retail stores that sell a variety of prescription and non-prescription medicine. Example, it will be CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. Superstores that sells grocery as well as non-grocery items could be an example as Walmart. So who is not covered? Grocery and drug retail stores that have below 300 national employees. Grocery and drug retail stores that have below 15 employees in a single location. Any grocery or drug retail that has less than 15,000 square feet, convenience stores, like it's an example, 7-Eleven, AM, PM, gas stations. Kroger's profitability during the pandemic. In 2020, its profits were $2.6 billion. The company's fourth quarter sales reached just over $30 billion. Total sales increased to $132.5 billion. The company digital sales grew to over $10 billion, which is more sales than many Fortune 500 companies. Kroger invested $1.3 billion in stock paybacks. With this, we can know that actually they're not losing much money if we get to have this ordinance in place. Due to that weekly, they made a lot of money. I can say that they can get up to $150,000 a week. Record profits for the grocery industry. During the pandemic, the grocery industry made record profits. This makes the industry well positioned to absorb any costs associated with hero pay. We gotta remember that during the pandemic, all the stores were like empty by the time that we were going in there because all of us were in the house. So they got really good amount of money from the constituents. So that concludes, I think, let me see. I think I'm missing one, isn't it? Let me see. Can you go to number 7? Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, my pain doesn't let me do a lot of things sometimes. Okay, so I want to explain a little bit how it works. So it will be $4 for months for grocery and drug retail workers for larger employers. And it should include superstores that sell grocery but also not groceries. The discount for any business that are currently paying hazard pay so that they don't have to double pay, which we already have noticed that it's many of them. So in conclusion of this, my question to you all colleagues is that LA County passed it with Janice Hand, that is our supervisor. She passed this law. There was only one person that it actually voted against of it. We gotta see that they have been in the front line, basically sometimes fighting with the customers because they didn't want to wear a mask. They have families at home. When they go back to their home, they don't know if they're sick or they're not sick. Maybe they're elders, their kids in their houses. So we gotta pay attention to these people who has been in the front line for so many months, which is more than a year now. I agree that we have vaccines, but we have to take care of it as the frontliners that they have actually exposed their lives to sell, to be there for our community and for our constituents. And they have never said, I'm not gonna go back to work just because I have COVID. We have seen this for more than a year. And I'm doing this is because the workers themselves don't have the capacity to come and request it. That is why I've been called, if I might say it, to see if you guys want to approach this ordinance. If you have any questions.
Yeah, so my question would be for staff right now. So Aldo, so I'm assuming you've seen some of the language for this as far as the requirements, as far as what, let me just get to my question, then maybe you can answer it. How many businesses do we have in the city of Downey that would qualify to be part of this?
Yeah, I think Vanya DeRosa has done her homework on this topic. She could help us out.
I knew somebody
Thanks, Vanya.
knew the answer.
Yes.
It's fine. I'm good. Thank you.
Safety first.
So looking at the ordinances that we have seen in surrounding cities, this would approximately affect 4 of the large retail establishments in the city, along with 9 grocery stores and 6 retail drugstore pharmacies. To be more specific on which ones those would be, so for grocery would be Albertsons, Aldi, Food for Less, La Paula, Ralph's, which there are 2, Vallarta, and Walmart, and then grocery outlet.
Only
And-
2 Ralphs? 'Cause
I'm
I think
sorry?
we have like a Food for Less. That's part of the same.
Yes.
Yes.
So that'd be
Yes, that was
3.
also on the list, so
Okay.
Food for Less.
Did you say Amapola as well?
That is correct. Regarding the pharmacy, there's 3 CVS's and 2 Walgreens and a Medicine Shoppe. And then regarding the large retail, it would be Walmart, Big Lots, and then apologies. There's one other.
And you did mention grocery outlet?
Yes, grocery, that would be on the grocery.
It would be Dollar Tree,
Yes,
perhaps?
thank you,
2 of
Dollar
them?
Tree. Yeah, the 2 Dollar Trees.
No Stater Brothers? Stater Brothers is not affected?
Stater Brothers would, and I apologize, they weren't pulled into the list.
So was that yes? They'll
That
be-
is a yes, they would be
Thank
under
you.
grocery.
It has more than 300 employees.
I want to say thank you, Councilmember Alvarez, for bringing this item for us to discuss. Certainly this last year, as we know, we have gone through a historic time. Never in our lifetime did we ever imagine when we took our oath of office, did we ever imagine that we would be dealing with this situation and all of the things that we have had to overcome over the past 15 months. We sign up to do this job because we care for community, because we want to help our constituents, because we want to serve the public, hence the term public servants. So thank you for bringing this up. As you all know, my work in healthcare led me to have a very close look at the handling of this pandemic from a healthcare standpoint. Many of you also know that my husband also works at a hospital, and for the past 15 months, he was the incident commander dealing with everyday decisions, dealing this pandemic and potential exposures every day. At some point, also my son, who worked in healthcare, was part of the response. So having said all this, I think that it moves us to realize and to know the level of uncertainty, the level of exposure that many people had over the last 14 months. And certainly, we lived through some very scary times. People in healthcare dealing with life and death right in front of them. And as we are concluding National Nurses Week tomorrow, we have to remember that that particular sector did not get hero pay. So when we look at, consider what other cities have done, I have to bring up, from my perspective, that while I would like to be able to help everybody, I consider unfair that we would choose a sector versus another that we consider essential. Because a lot of people are essential and have been essential during this response. Our police officers, our firefighters, our EMS providers, certainly our grocery store workers, our pharmacists, our public works, every individual that kept our cities running is essential. And so I think they all deserve the extra hero pay. And I also think that local governments, my council colleagues, I really firmly believe that local governments, we should not interfere in what is already established labor union bargaining process. That is already established. And who are we to interfere in that? It's almost as if when we go through our labor bargaining process with our staff, if others were wanting to interfere with ours. I think that looking at what this causes also, I think, Councilmember Alvarez, you brought up some points regarding Kroger's billions of dollars in terms of profits. And I think that one of the things that has been looked at, that while it may have appeared that they had record profits, we also have to realize that during the height of the pandemic, the personal protection equipment, PPE, was scarce. And I know because I lived it in healthcare. And the price for masks and shields that our hospital workers and our grocery store workers, those prices went through the roof. And so while there were profits for a short amount of time. And we also have to realize that the operating costs of many of these industries also increased. And so by us, while I want to do the right thing, I also fear that by us inserting ourselves in an area that really is not up to local governments, we will make a detrimental decision. We have seen what other cities have done, but A, they're involved in litigation now. B, we also have to remember that some of those stores have closed. Some of those grocery stores have closed in many of those cities. Prior to tonight, and prior to you, Councilmember Alvarez, bringing this item for discussion, as other cities were discussing this, I had the opportunity to discuss this with other grocery store owners, small grocery store owners. This was several months back. And some of them shared with me that they had to close their grocery stores in areas where they had passed the hero pay. Why? Because their small profit margin, grocery stores have a very small profit margin, and they sell on volume. And so even though it might be for 120 days, what that does to their bottom line, it's a break it or make it. And so I think we really need to consider all of these things that are before us. And also remember that we are not in the midst of the height of this pandemic. Thankfully, we are on the other side. You know, we are now on the yellow tier. We are now looking at more reopenings. We are hopeful for vaccinations. We have over 40%, and according to Dr. Ferrer yesterday during the LA County update, if the region continues at that pace, we may see a return to normalcy sometime in possibly late July. So I think that we really need to be cautious, and we need to be very thoughtful, because one, I just don't want us to unfairly target businesses that may be adversely financially impacted. And again, look at the cities that lost their supermarkets. They lost jobs. The community lost their neighborhood store. And furthermore, the city lost that business revenue out of that store.
I had a question. I know there's been a lawsuit filed against the city of Long Beach. Have we received any correspondence threatening our city of any potential lawsuits if we do decide to pursue this, the hero pay?
When we, from the city clerk's office, my office received a letter from the California Grocers Association and their legal counsel, Morrison and Forrester. They didn't threaten litigation, but they did outline all of the, what they perceived as the legal infirmities of this hero pay type ordinance, including violations of the equal protection provisions of the Constitution, a violation of contract clause, and also a preemption issue regarding the National Labor Relations Act, which is the collective bargaining provisions that apply to public sectors.
And do we know the status of the lawsuit in Long Beach?
Just based on my research, the case is still pending. Back in February, late February, there was a move by the California Grocers Association to get a preliminary injunction. So to put a halt, immediate halt on the Long Beach ordinance, but the judge did not grant that. So the litigation is now just continuing.
Vania, could you tell us how many cities in the southeast have passed hero pay? I know Councilmember Alvarez showed us a list that included some other areas, cities in LA County, but particularly cities, if you have that information.
So out of the 27 gateway cities in the Los Angeles area, it's actually 3. Long Beach, Montebello, and Whittier have considered it, but Whittier declined to move forward at their last council meeting. So at this point, it's only Long Beach and Montebello. Also, regarding, there was a few other cities listed under LA County in the prior presentation. So Calabasas is also moving forward with an ordinance. However, Pasadena declined it, and Tustin also declined it as well to move forward.
So I did want to mention something about Calabasas. I had the pleasure of speaking with the mayor of Calabasas. And what they're proposing is actually to use their money from the stimulus, what they're receiving from the stimulus package for the cities. And they're utilizing that money to pay for the employees of the grocery stores. So they're not actually making it a requirement. It's not a hero pay ordinance, so it's a little more complicating.
Yeah, so when I actually reviewed that council meeting, it was one of the alternatives, but at this point, they had only directed staff to bring back an ordinance to see how that ordinance would be implemented in the city. So that was kind of where the city left it at that point at their last council meeting.
Yeah, and that's what he had mentioned, that it was to see, because they didn't have the criteria of how it would look, and so it was going to have to come back to the council. But what they didn't want is to be involved in any negotiations between the grocery stores and their employees. So they didn't want to get involved in the contractual relationships, and because of that, they opted on not pursuing the hero pay per se in their city. At least that's what the mayor told me.
Yeah, based on the council meeting I watched, it looked like they directed staff to prepare an ordinance for consideration.
Okay.
Also, just regarding the lawsuit discussion, I do want to just note there's 16 cities that have passed, and they're currently in litigation regarding their ordinances.
And have we had any conversations with any of the grocery stores in our city?
We haven't had any conversations. I do believe the city clerk's office did receive some comments from Kroger, which owns Food for Less and Ralph's.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
is there any way that we can make a motion and bring an ordinance from the city perspective, its staff, and also with John Skewy and Gilbert to see how affects directly and how can actually help the workers themselves? What I'm trying to say is how affects and not affects, to see if we can talk to the owners of these stores and see if we can have an ordinance for this. My main thing is to help these people. Like Target did it for, I think it was for 1 or 2 months that they did a hero pay, but they did it on their own, and they actually increment the payment for the workers. I think it went up to $15 or $16 an hour for Target employees. So I don't know if we can come back with this.
One of the things that that we learned from Kroger is that their hourly rate is $24 an hour, which is one of the highest in the industry. One of the things that we also have to consider is that many of these large grocery store chains, not only did they give a bump in the height of the pandemic, the extra $2, but they also did COVID sick leave. And they had many other benefits that perhaps other sectors didn't have. So again, I think that what I want us to really think about is how fair or unfair are we in targeting a particular sector in a particular business for this particular increase. And again, at what cost to them? And again, how adversely impacted is our community going to be? And I don't think, Councilmember Alvarez, we need a report to tell us that, because we have seen it in surrounding cities already, how grocery stores have closed based on these hero pay.
It's only one store. May I talk about that? Thank you. So it's only one store that is being closed, and that is actually in Long Beach. Previously, that store that was not doing good. In the future, before COVID, they were actually thinking to close it. So because the sales was not doing as good. But when Long Beach determined that they wanted to have the hero pay in the city, that is when they actually jump in and say, we're going to close the store. And I just wanted to clarify that it's only for stores that they have more than 300 employees or 300, no less than that.
Right, but see, and I don't know if my council colleagues have any additional comments. I think personally, I have a problem with that, because I think we are then unfairly targeting certain stores, based on, we can arbitrarily decide the number and how, as opposed to the many sectors that have responded to COVID-19 and that are considered essential. I think we can't necessarily pick and choose who is essential and what level of risk, because the level of risk and exposure has been great, or was great, in the height of the pandemic in 2020. And we also have to remember that a year ago, there was no light at the end of the tunnel. There was no vaccine yet. So I think we are in a different point in time now, where we are so close to a full reopening that, in my opinion, it doesn't make sense for us to move forward with this.
Okay, so engage in conversation. So this has made me think, and let me start out. What's the minimum wage in the city of Downey right now?
I believe it's $13 an hour.
$13 an hour, and then that'll go up to like 14 next
Yes,
January.
it goes up every year. They went
until
on
we
up
get
to
to 15.
$15 an hour, correct.
Okay, so we're at 13 now. So one thing that Madam Mayor, you brought up was, like, we have a lot of essential workers, and I was one of them working. I retired from teaching, and I wanted to work out, so I got a job at FedEx. And so when everything went sideways, we got busy there, and it was crazy. Just how much work that was going on, because everybody was ordering stuff. But we got like a hero $2 an hour bump just for a couple of months, and then it went away. But, most of the employees that I was working with at the time were in that minimum wage range, like $14, $15 an hour. but you also brought up, nurses and police and fire and, and they did, basically everybody pitched in, but the difference I feel between, like with nurses, doctors, police, fire, is their level of income was already at a level where if something were to happen, I'm going to say this kind of in a weird way, and it's going to sound kind of inappropriate, but I'm not trying to mean it that way. But if something were to happen, I think certain jobs have, that pay more, people have a certain ability to adapt to issues that happen because of their level of pay. But with grocery workers, I feel some of them are at a higher rate of pay, and I know that. Not necessarily as high as a police officer, a doctor, nurse, etc. But then you have some that are pretty much minimum wage. And I would like to at least see us do something, because the other issue that was brought up was, we're kind of at the end of the light. End of the tunnel, the light's there. Hopefully it's not the train coming at us, but we're kind of on the downhill side of this, and shame on us for not looking into this earlier when this was a more of an issue. But I digress with that. I don't know if 120 days is the right number. Maybe something less, and then maybe something where it wouldn't affect like employees that are making, a certain amount over minimum wage. I don't know if that's, something that they would necessarily need, but I think you have minimum wage workers that are really struggling. And I think that's something that would really help. And I don't know, like if somebody's so minimum wage is 13 right now. So I would say if anybody's under 17, maybe they, for the next 60 days, we bump them up to $4 an hour more than minimum wage. If they're at $16.50, 50-cent raise, up to 17. Anybody over 17, you know what? We're doing kind of what we're supposed to be doing. They're getting enough, or they're getting kind of their hero pay, so to speak. But for that minimum wage gap, I think we need to do something to at least make it easier for them. And I'm just kind of spitballing it here, but I feel we need to do something. And I'm kind of ashamed that we didn't take it up. On me, I could have brought this up too, so it's on me too. I'm not trying to, but we should have done something earlier. We didn't, but we're talking about it now. Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez, for bringing this up. But I'd like to see us do something. But I really keep focusing in on those employees that truly need it, those that are really at the minimum wage, that really could benefit from this hero pay. And I get the fairness too, because we have, all of us were doing stuff that required us to be out and about when we probably shouldn't have been. But I want to help those that really, really, really need it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashton. Council colleagues, think about what we're doing, and think about what the federal government has done under President Biden's administration. The robust relief package that was passed at the onset of this year. Think about what our governor just announced yesterday in terms of relief for the state of California and the additional supplemental income of $600. Think about what has been done. Think about, and when I think about healthcare, and when I mention healthcare, I'm not just talking about the nurses and the doctors. In a hospital setting, you have kitchen workers, dishwashers, people that deliver the meals to the patients. In fact, that's what my son did. And he certainly was not making a lot of money. We have security guards, we have technicians, all of these people. Again, I think And please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm not against helping people. What I have a problem with is local governments, local municipalities inserting themselves in the local labor union bargaining process. That is not our job. That is not what we are elected to do. We are elected to care for our constituents in a different way. We have many programs in place from the federal and state government helping us. Inserting ourselves in that bargaining process is dangerous. We just talked about the potential litigation with other cities. And what I also have a problem, because I like to think of us as a fair council in a fair city. And so how do I, in good conscience, how do I say, I choose this sector over this one, over that one? And these people making this over this. Frankly, ladies and gentlemen, that is not our job. When we have labor negotiations, we have those in closed session meetings, and we have somebody that takes care of that. We need to be very thoughtful. And just because other places are doing it doesn't mean that that is the right thing to do for Downey too. We have to be thoughtful. And to me, it's unfair that we choose a sector over another sector. Where do we draw the line? Are public works not essential? Are other people our own police and fire? In fact, when we did our labor negotiations, we could have added hero pay to them too, and we didn't. So we really need to think about this. We could have added hero pay to our own staff that were out there on the line. I just think it's unfair that we choose one sector over the other. Where do we draw the line?
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilmember Trujillo.
I'm with Councilmember Ashton, particularly for the minimum wage workers. I would like to do something for them. I don't need profit and loss statements to know that Kroger killed it during the pandemic, if I may. They record-breaking money. And even with the equipment expenses, which I appreciate, Madam Mayor, I still believe that they did rather well. I believe that the ordinance other cities have adopted builds in for credits if the companies did give wage bumps to individuals. So I think that would be taken into consideration. And thank you to those companies that did do that. So I join Councilmember Ashton in wanting to do something, particularly for that category of workers who are in sort of like the minimum wage area, maybe people who are like $13 to $16. Obviously, they're making $24. They've probably been there years. So, yeah, I would like to do something, maybe not 4 for 4, maybe not 4 for 4, but something for that minimum wage worker who were exposing themselves to this pandemic to make sure that we can get our groceries.
And Councilmember Trujillo, just to provide an update on the minimum wage question that Councilmember Ashton had provided. So minimum wage for employers with 25 or fewer employees is $13 an hour currently. And if it's 25 or more, that's where the $14 come in. And then it goes up every year to 15. Okay. So just want to provide that correction.
Till eventually, till they hit 15.
Correct.
So the 25 or more employers will get to 15.
By next year, and then
next year,
less than that the following year, correct.
And Madam Mayor, you do bring up a good point, the focus on, or that we are focusing on one group, and probably because that's kind of the easiest one to, I don't know, that's not the one. That's probably the group that probably has the lowest amount of workers, but like, I don't necessarily think that it should just like with, since you brought up your son, Daniel, I'm sure he was getting paid close to minimum wage because like that type of job, I think, should qualify for this too. I mean, to me, it shouldn't just be grocery work. Like anybody that's in that range should be able to qualify for this, whether it's a grocery worker, restaurant worker, hospital worker, whomever. Because then that's fair. Because we're trying to focus on helping a certain population that is making minimum wage. And we want to make that a little, we want to make their lives as easier as it is. Now, with what the president's done and the governor's done with unemployment, and that's good. That helps, and that's. But when you give somebody a raise, even if it's temporary, that motivates them. That motivates them to work, and that's what we need. We need people wanting to be able to go to work. Other than just waiting for their check to arrive in the mail. And I think by bumping up this for those employees that are making that minimum wage window, regardless of whether it's a grocery worker or whatever, any employee in the city of Downey that's in that range, even if it's our employees, our Parks and Rec, they should be able to qualify for it.
Question. And actually, I looked up how many stores have closed, and it's 3 in the city of Los Angeles, or 3 in LA, and 2 in Long Beach that have either closed or they're threatening to close. So it's actually 2 in Long Beach and 3 in LA. But like I mentioned earlier, I want to, if possible, I want to see if maybe what we can do is utilize some of the funding from the American Rescue Plan to help these workers. Because if our true intention is to help them, I want to see if we could help even the grocery stores. Because maybe I'm not too worried about Kroger. I don't have the exact data. But we also have other supermarkets here in our city, like Grocery Outlet.
And Amapola.
So I'm concerned about those stores and about their potential closure. So I want to see if it's at all possible to see if we can utilize some of that funding. And maybe we need to develop a criteria, look into seeing, because from what I was told in Calabasas, maybe we need to look at it further to see if we could do something like they're doing, or something like in that nature, if possible. And I don't know if my council colleagues would be agreeable to that, or if that's even a possibility.
Think about, excuse me, Councilmember Alvarez, think about what we have been saying in terms of helping our businesses. We have been named a business-friendly city. And businesses across the board, businesses are the lifeline to our communities, right? They provide us with essential services, of course, and tax revenue. So we have to, again, go back to think about how do we take care of all? And again, are we, in trying to do good, are we penalizing our businesses, medium and large, with a false sense of profitability?
Well,
Madam Mayor, go ahead, Councilor.
Go ahead.
I know our city manager is not here, but I wanted to see if Mr. Oscui would provide some recommendations or some guidance in this area.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Trujillo. Madam Mayor, I'm carefully listening to the conversation. I think we've had that for the last 35, 45 minutes. I've noticed one thing. It has evolved from the issue of addressing a particular segment of our businesses, the grocery stores and the drugstores, similar to what a number of cities have done, And may I add the point that most of the cities that made a decision about this particular issue was either the latter part of 2020 or early part of 2021, when there was a height of the pandemic. And as you mentioned, it is a new paradigm now, it's a new shift. We are getting closer to fully reopening end of perhaps in the, June or earlier. Having said that, it evolved, the conversation evolved from that, which, was the nexus for that conversation was potential health risk, exposure to health risk for the workers, right? That's the nexus. That's one of the fundamental findings of these ordinances. The language in these ordinances are pretty much the same. To addressing the issue of minimum wage or the segment of the population, these workers that are not getting paid enough. So, and if I heard Councilmember Ashton correctly, we even mentioned the city workers as part of that that we need to address. So obviously, this is a very important policy issue for the council to consider. It requires a good amount of information that staff needs to do its due diligence and bring it before you, so you will have the information that you need to have in order to make the decision on this ultimately. And as you heard tonight, potentially there could be serious legal implications. That you have to know what the implications could be, at what cost, how long. The other thing is that the decision, in all of these most of these communities, it was 120 days. But again, they started, as you mentioned, Councilmember Ashton, they started way earlier. Is it going to be 120 days for us? Is it going to be something less? We need to figure out between January and March, what I think was the latest date that I've seen these ordinances being passed. Between then and now, what percentage of the population of the grocery store workers and the drugstores that have been vaccinated? We don't have that information. And more importantly, we have received a couple of letters from a couple of the grocery stores in town, but we need to have a conversation with them. We need to bring you the information that you need to have. So if it's a direction of the council for staff to dig in a little deeper into this and bring you the information that you need to have to consider having an ordinance, we'll be happy to oblige.
I will go ahead and make a motion to ask for more information, John, for us to continue the dialogue.
Yeah, I'll second that, and just again, I feel you summed up my comments much better than I presented them, so thank you for that. But yeah, just keeping in mind, I do feel that it's kind of evolved a bit, and I think, I would like to look at all possibilities. I mean, we need to look at this thing from what was originally presented to kind of where we're at now, and so that way we can make the best decision.
And I also agree with Councilmember Ashton that to try to see if we can include more workers besides just the grocery store employees, to see if we can include more people, look at the legal ramifications, look at alternatives, possible alternatives. Are there any alternatives? See what we can do, if any, to help these workers that have been working during the pandemic. And like Mr. Scooey mentioned, even seeing into how long we should have it for, when other cities have had their ordinances expire. Are they set to expire anytime soon? So maybe that kind of information would be helpful. So thank you for the input.
Thank you. So if we have a motion and a second, do we need to have a roll call for the council members?
Oh, no public comment?
Oh, yes, thank you, thank you. Yes, we will open up this for a public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the council regarding item number 10 may now call our teleconference line at 562-299-6622. Each speaker will have this item, we will give it 2 minutes, since we did receive a great amount of correspondence to address the council. For those who submitted comments via email, your comments will be read into the record, and no further public comment via teleconference will be permitted. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive written correspondence regarding item number 10?
We did, Mayor.
Go ahead.
The first letter that we received is from the California Grocers Association. And Mayor, it is from Timothy James. Dear Mayor Frometa, on behalf of Downey Grocers, I write to ask the council to not move forward with the proposed grocery worker premium pay ordinance, given the numerous negative consequences to grocery workers, neighborhoods, and the grocery industry. Based on the consequences experienced in other jurisdictions with similar ordinances, we must oppose the ordinance for both policy and legal reasons. We agree that grocery workers serve a vital and essential role during the pandemic. They have worked tirelessly to keep stores open for consumers, allowing our communities to have uninterrupted access to food and medications. To protect our employees, grocery stores were among the first to implement numerous safety protocols, including providing PPE and masks, performing wellness checks, enhancing sanitation and cleaning, limiting store safety measures. Grocery employees have also received unprecedented amounts of supplemental paid leave to care for themselves and their families, in addition to already existing leave benefits. Grocers have also provided employees additional pay and benefits throughout the pandemic in various forms, including hourly and bonus pay, along with significant discounts and complimentary groceries. All of these safety efforts and additional benefits clearly demonstrate grocers' dedication and appreciation for their employees. Most importantly, the industry has been fierce advocates for grocery workers to be prioritized for vaccinations. This is evident now that your country has been considering grocery workers a priority for weeks now, and nearly every grocery worker has the opportunity to be vaccinated. Unfortunately, a grocery worker pay ordinance would mandate grocery stores provide additional pay beyond what is feasible, which would severely impact store viability and result in increased prices for groceries, limited operating hours, reduced hours for workers, fewer workers per store, and most concerning, possible store closures. These negative impacts from the ordinance would be felt most acutely by independent grocers, ethnic format stores, and stores serving low-income neighborhoods. The cities of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Seattle, who have passed a similar ordinance, have already suffered the permanent loss of several full-service grocery stores as direct result. We request the City of Downey perform an economic impact report to understand the true impacts of this policy. If you choose not to understand specific impacts for Downey, Mayor, the next correspondence is from William Tarantino of Morrison Forster. Dear council members, we write on behalf of our client, the California Grocers Association, regarding the proposal on the City Council's May 11, 2021 agenda to consider a hero pay ordinance for grocery workers in Downey. Any hero pay ordinance will compel grocers in Downey to spend less on worker and public health protections in order to avoid losses that could lead to closures. In addition, an ordinance would interfere with the collective bargaining process protected by the National Labor Relations Act and unduly target certain grocers in violation of their constitutional equal protection rights. We respectfully request that the City Council take a careful and considerate look at these issues before making any decisions on a hero pay ordinance. Hero pay ordinances do not address frontline workers' health and safety. The purported purpose of these ordinances are to protect the public health and safety, but these ordinances are, as proposed in every city, have been devoid of any requirements related to the health and safety of frontline workers or the general public, and instead imposes costly burdens on certain grocers by requiring them to provide mandatory wage increases of up to $5 per hour for all hours worked. A wage increase does not play any role in mitigating the risk of exposure to COVID-19, nor is there any evidence that the grocery store workers are exposed to higher risk than other essential workers. If anything, an ordinance could increase those risks as it may divert funds that otherwise would have been available for grocers to continue their investment in public health measures recognized to be effective, enhancing sanitation and cleaning protocols, limiting store capacity, expanding online orders and curbside pickup service, and increasing spacing and social distancing requirements. The next letter is from Amapola Deli Market, from Carlos Galvan Jr. To the Honorable Mayor and City Council, it has come to our attention that at tonight's City Council meeting, there will be a discussion to pass an ordinance mandating hero pay for employees of grocery and drugstores in the city of Downey. La Amapola Inc., doing business as Amapola Super Deli and Market at 7420 Florence Avenue, Downey, which has been operating in the city of Downey since 1999, where businesses have been hit very hard due to the COVID restrictions that were put in place at the federal, state, and local level. We recognized our value to the community in providing the necessary food program minimum wage increases. There have been increased costs due to COVID sick pay, increased overtime costs, increased workers' compensation costs, increased liability insurance costs, health insurance, PPE costs, not to mention we still have to pay our taxes, licenses, permits, and other government fees, and higher costs for products sold in our stores, including for supplies that were in high demand, such as toilet paper, drinking water, and hand sanitizer. There were stretches where we could not obtain these products. That is all on the correspondence, Mayor. And we do have quite a few calls.
Let's go to the callers, please.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Mommy, it's me, Danny boy. Regarding hazard pay and minimum wages, ever since the cities that did pass the $5 an hour have made it impossible or possible. Now, let's say they shut the doors to some of our stores, like mentioned by Mommy Pacheco. I believe she said there were 5 shutdowns, 3 in the city of Caca Garcetti, and 2 the faggot, Mr. Long Beach Mayor. We are all impacted by these hurtful deals. Earners is very controversial, and you're right, Ms. Fometa. Fuck the American Rescue Plan. Businesses are business, and 1% of businesses generate all the income of income taxes that pay California dues. Not like that jackass moron Gavin Newsom surplus. Now, if you want to be fair, and you know that this relief plan has failed, why don't you dumb fucks decide to give everyone on minimum wage the 5? This is the reason why that surplus was talked about, because $12 billion bitches. You haven't done shit for homeless people. You haven't done. Are you listening? Molly, you better talk about that minimum wage fucking bullshit. I want this motion set aside, and we need to discuss the matter of.
Time is up.
We mostly stayed on topic.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, so I just want to make this clear to the 3rd District candidate, well, actually the elected member now. The best way you can provide some help is to get informed about who's making dishonest arguments. Now, saying that Downey is business friendly, I mean, it sounds great to business and people in power, but obviously that just tells you that there's a lot of leeway for businesses, so a lot of like help for them, and the regular people get screwed over. So we're not penalizing businesses, when you're asking for heroes pay, what you're doing is acknowledging that these areas are impacted, and because of the risk involved, that their life and their livelihoods and their health can come on the line, is that's the reason why we want to provide heroes pay for people who act like heroes in times of crisis. And to hear the mayor say that we're choosing one sector over another, now that's not only logically fallacious, but really, first argument, if you really did care and you meant it, why didn't you say anything for all those people who should have gotten their pay, Mayor? You never said a thing because it was never a concern. But now you want to make a false either or claim here that it's either you had covered everyone in the beginning or now you cannot cover the new people. That's just inconsistent logically, and it dismisses the people of a group of individuals that need help immediately. So if you can move on beyond the ridiculous arguments and actually provide some services, that would be great. Finally, I want to just...
Time is up. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
First of all, thank you for Mayor Alvarez to bring this matter up. Because all are affected by COVID vaccines, coronavirus. So, Patrick's concerns, this decision is not based on how the legal decision is made in a court. It should be rely on the free market. If you choose either, to make the payer, this pass on your decisions, no matter what it cause the increase of the price of living, not only for those just who rely, all people who rely on this market, because it would stimulate those stores, not only the store, but it will affect some or other stores eventually to increase all the prices, how we are living on. So this is not a matter of local government should decide, as Mayor Pacheco mentions earlier. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Ya saben mi nombre. Buenas noches.
Un momento, por favor.
I want to hear his name. I don't know his name.
¿Aló?
Sí, puede empezar, por favor.
Sí, por favor, hable por partes, diga su nombre y comience a hablar.
Ok. Frometa, déjame hacerle una pregunta, que tengo una pregunta para usted. ¿Cuándo la ciudad ha ayudado a los negocios en el medio de la pandemia?
Caller began by saying, "You already know my name." This is to Frometa. A question to you. When has the city helped businesses in the middle of a pandemic?
Hace 5 años que esta ciudad les ha subido los impuestos a los negocios.
It's been 5 years that the city has raised the taxes on businesses.
No respetando ni la pandemia.
We don't respect even the pandemic.
Usted, déjame hacerle una pregunta. ¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en una marqueta? Y más ahora en la pandemia.
Let me ask a question of you. Have you ever worked at a market, even more so now in the middle of a pandemic?
¿Sabía usted de que usted no está enterada que
Are you not aware? Many people have died in the Ralph's and Food for Less companies.
¿Quién va a ayudar a esas personas, a la familia de esas personas, a los hijos que dejaron esas personas? ¿Quién los va a ayudar?
Who's going to help these families? The children left behind by these families. Who's going to help them?
¿Sabía usted que ninguna de esas compañías grandes, ni Walmart, Ralph, nada, Target, nada de esas compañías cerraron?
Do you know that none of those companies, Walmart, Ralph's, Target, none of these companies closed?
Entonces, ¿de qué usted está hablando entonces?
So then what is it that you're talking about?
La primera ayuda que dio el gobierno federal, estas compañías agarraron millones de dólares.
The first help given by the federal government, these companies took millions of dollars.
Y los negocios chiquitos no los ayudaron en nada.
And the small businesses were not helped at all.
Entonces yo pregunto, mire, Walmart le paga por cada container que sale del puerto.
So my question is, Walmart, do they pay for every container that comes out of the port?
El 30% del costo de lo que cuesta sacarlo del puerto.
It is 30%, the cost of what comes with the container for getting it out of the port.
¿Usted sabe por qué? Porque tienen demasiada venta.
Do you know why? It is because they have huge sales.
Todas estas compañías se han hecho multimillonarias con el problema de la pandemia.
All of these companies have become multimillionaires due to the pandemic problem.
Otra cosa, los minutos que tengo, nada más me dio 3 minutos y son 6 minutos que tengo derecho.
Another thing is about the minutes I was...
Por la Constitución de los Estados Unidos tengo no mínimo de 3 minutos a 15 minutos, ¿ok?
Per the U.S. Constitution, I have no less than 3 minutes and up to 15 minutes, okay?
¿Sabe usted que Ralph en un día en la carnicería vende en la pandemia $22,000? Saca la cuenta al mes cuánto es.
Did you know that every day Ralph's at the butcher shop sells, during the pandemic, $22 million? You can do the accounting. How much is that in 1 month?
Al año de pandemia, ¿cuánto no recolectó la compañía?
In 1 year, in the pandemic, how much did the company not?
I'm sorry, go ahead. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Consuelo Castro, and I work as an essential worker at your local Stater Brothers grocery store. I'm not only an essential worker in the city of Downey, I've also been a resident in the city of Downey for over 25 years. My son was born and raised in the city of Downey. I feel I have a special connection to this community. This pandemic has changed many of our lives and has made us grocery workers, store workers, essential workers who have a daily struggle with the threat of bringing home the COVID virus to our families. I'm a single mom and I have no choice. I need to work. I can't afford to stay safe at home. For 9 hours a day, I am under one roof with coworkers and countless shoppers who at times have no mask on. This pandemic is ongoing, and we need your help to make sure that our wages reflect the hard work we do daily. As a member of your community and as an essential worker, I ask for the City of Downey to please pass a hazard pay ordinance for essential workers. Thank you.
Melissa, pharmacy technician, CVS Pharmacy, going on 5 years. I'd like to talk about hazard pay passing. The companies have continued to profit. Other businesses are cutting on the capacity. We're extending the capacity. We always deal with people. I'm happy to help, but the companies always see a profit, and I would like to see that passed down to me. If hazard pay can pass, from the city of Downey, the companies are not really doing much about it. I thank you guys for considering it, but I would love for it to pass for my coworkers that are also not pharmacy technicians that are constantly on the floor helping people. I thank you guys for your time for that. I'd really like for the profits to pass on to us. We're essential at this time, and we will continue to be essential. Numbers will always be up in the stores. It's never going down. The company has not lost any money, and we have remained paid the same. If hazard pay could pass, we always put our own families at risk, and we put the safety of others ahead of ours. We are the ones who are actually working. Everybody sees the profits from above. If it could be passed down to us, we'd appreciate it. I will continue being a pharmacy technician even if it doesn't pass, but can I be rewarded also? Can my coworkers be rewarded as well? We would appreciate that. I've known the community for so many years. My level of care has always been the same. Thank you guys again.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Irma. I work for CVS. I'm here to ask you to please pass the hazard zero pay ordinance for all the stress and risks we take on a daily basis. I believe the pay must then be there as well. Also for the emotional toll it has taken on all of us as we never closed and customers are following. Thank you.
Please state your name and begin speaking. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, so sorry I did not hear you. Hi, my name is Alex, and I'm calling in support of Hero Pay Ordinance. One thing that I think is important to recognize is that without local governments getting involved with labor and combined with labor movements for better wages and better benefits, we would never have an 8-hour working day. We would never have a 40-hour work week. We would never have passed child labor laws. So it's vital that the local governments stand in support of essential workers. Unfortunately, what this past pandemic has revealed in a lot of ways that people who were deemed essential were left behind in whether that was PPE or wages or getting paid sick leave that they needed in order to take time away if they were afraid of getting sick. I want to commend Councilmember Ashton, Trujillo, and Alvarez for supporting this and wanting to carry the discussion forward. Councilmember Ashton brought up a very good point in that in terms of minimum wage workers not receiving help earlier when we were in the midst of the pandemic. But even though we approach the end, people are still behind on rent. People are still behind on bills. People still need support as we are not quite yet over, and people still need the help that they can get. And I believe that the best thing to do as a city council would be to support essential workers and helping them get the pay that they deserve, because we all know that their employers will not do that because it cuts into their bottom lines of profit. So please do the right thing and support essential workers in the city of Downey by providing them the pay that they need and deserve. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
For Stater Brothers Medical, have I experienced a pandemic outbreak like we've had with this COVID-19? I would say it has been the scariest thing I've ever had to go through at work. I believe we deserve hazard pay for the exposure we might have been in contact with. I've showed up and worked every day through this year and last, and every day was emotionally stressful, thinking if I might have come down with any symptoms of the virus and could have brought it home to my family. I actually was the first person in our store to go get tested for COVID because I had similar symptoms to the virus but came back negative. I believe if other companies in other cities can pay their employees for hazard pay, then why can't ours? We are just as likely, if not more, to come in contact with the virus as anyone else, being that not all customers come into our store with masks on, and not to mention coworkers that have come in contact with family members who have the coronavirus. I'm not quite sure who or how many coworkers have come down with the virus, but I know some have, and thank God they have recovered. But just not knowing, because for some people they were tested positive and had no symptoms, that has been the scariest risk I've ever had to put myself through. I believe we deserve hazard pay for that. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kevin Sanchez, and I am here to speak on item 10 on behalf of the California Grocers Association. CGA respectfully asks you not to move forward with the grocery worker pay ordinance, given the state of the reopening of the economy combined with the negative consequences to grocery workers, neighborhoods, and the grocery industry. We agree that grocery workers serve a vital and essential role during the pandemic. They have worked tirelessly to keep stores open for consumers, allowing our communities to have uninterrupted access to food and medications, to protect our PPE and masks, performing wellness checks, enhancing sanitation and cleaning, limiting store capacity, and instituting social distance requirements. Grocery employees have also received a minimum of 160 hours of additional supplemental paid leave to care for themselves and their families. This is on top of their already existing leave benefits. Grocers have also provided employees additional pay and benefits in various forms, including hourly and bonus pay averaging an extra $2 to $3, along with other significant forms of support that reduce their expenses and increase their safety. Most importantly, the industry fought for early access to the vaccine for all grocery workers who have been eligible since February. Across California, all grocery workers have been able to receive the vaccine and take paid leave to do so. A broad reopening of the economy in Downey and across California is currently underway. We believe it is inconsistent and harmful to reopening efforts for a local jurisdiction to label grocery stores as a hazard when it's not supported by evidence, and while simultaneously pushing to reopen hospitality, entertainment, and other retail operations. Finally, this policy would increase employment costs to grocers by as much as 30% overnight. We respectfully implore the council to not move forward with the grocery worker.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Haley Cruz. I'm a courtesy clerk at Stater Brothers Store 155, and I'm here to request that you city council members consider giving us essential workers an increase in wage for all of our commitment to serve the community during a pandemic. The hero pay would be beneficial to me because I am only 19 years old, living on my own with no assistance of aid. This awful virus resulted in the passing of my grandmother this last December, just days before Christmas, which was hectic for the market. This led to me struggling financially, and I had to move out to find a place of my own. With the income I received, it was difficult to meet ends and rent. An increase would help my circumstances tremendously, as I am a full-time student who does not receive any aid from the state or from the government. So I am reaching out to the city council members for assistance. With this minimum salary, it is nearly impossible to live. My responsibility as an essential worker puts a lot of pressure on myself, considering my story. The day after my grandma passed, I still went to work. I was obligated to put aside my needs in healing and to serve my community during this pandemic. Working during a pandemic is extremely difficult as we deal with customers who still refuse to wear a mask and stay 6 feet apart. There has been over 5 reported cases of COVID at my store since the pandemic. Our health and safety is at risk every day that we enter work. Not only are we worthy of an increased pay, but our risk in safety and hard work, because also industries have profited off this pandemic while we were suffering by serving them. These large industries gained billions more since the start of the pandemic while we were at loss by working. These large industries have money to give us better wages. So for these reasons, I believe that we should have an increase, and I hope that you would consider increasing our pay. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
David Bowers, Downey, California. Yes, speaking regarding the hero pay item, I would just like to say, if I think about it, that it'll be good, the report that you get back on this. I will, because I do feel that, while it sounds like it's very nice, the policy and the precedent that you set for future councils in this city just to decide to vote at a whim of 3 or 5 people that these people deserve this because this happened. It's oh, so woe is me, which we've all had to live through, and we're all having hung over our heads in fear still at this time, which has become a little bit ridiculous. I would just kindly let the council know that you really need to think about the policy, the decision, and the direction that you're trying to head into, or that you're trying to take this country or this city or anything like that. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Susan Sotelo, and I'm calling on behalf of the Heroes Pay. I'd like to say that the mayor had mentioned Biden's robust promise, and I'll have to disagree. Joe Biden promised and stumped on a $2,000 stimulus that he abandoned Americans on. This isn't gossip. This is public knowledge. Okay? So let's not forget that. Also, that rescue plan did not include the $15 hour that the people were asking for. It did not include Medicare for all. That could help all these essential workers, even our real frontline workers who work in the field, the farm workers that did not receive a stimulus. Let's remember that as well. Also, Mayor, you brought up local bargaining, like things were going to be rewritten on with contractual agreements. And if that's the case, if so, it's not business as usual. This is a frickin' pandemic. And why wait? Okay, so Ashton agreed. Yeah, this should have been touched on months ago. But make up for it. Make up for it. Do the right thing. These people got bailed out. They received billions. Like the airline industry with their crowded aircraft.
Ma'am, your time is up. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, my name is Brian Heyman. I'm calling in opposition to the so-called Heroes Pay resolution. You know, I think the term hero is used way too often to describe really the ordinary, and not to belittle the grocery store or drugstore workers. They are essential. They're essential all the time, but they're not heroes. Firefighters are heroes. Police officers are heroes. Members of our military are heroes. Our frontline medical workers are heroes, especially during this pandemic. And so it's a handy label to call it Heroes Pay, but what it really is inflationary. And a noted economist, Milton Friedman, once said, there is no free lunch. And the cost of labor increasing it arbitrarily for the grocery and drugstore industry will be borne by all of us, consumers. We'll pay for it in the increasing cost of the various products we all need. And inflation is running rampant in the consumer staples sector right now. I don't know if you've noticed if you shop, but the cost of bread, meat, poultry, milk, eggs, they're all skyrocketing right now. We are about ready to face an inflationary spiral. So increasing the cost of labor in those industries is the wrong thing to do at this time. And it's too targeted. It's too easy to target one segment of the the business in our city. What if we were to target restaurants? You have a restaurateur on the city council. I wonder how supportive he would be of this measure if it affected his restaurant and his costs. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yes, 27, previous 27.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hello. Hi. So I'd like to address the mayor's nonsensical arguments against hazard pay. So there's, of course, a selective use of terminology and a retelling of history. The original workers that were labeled essential workers were actually grocery store workers. And in fact, doctors and nurses unions, that came later. They were shut down. And by the way, the doctors and nurses are supporting this. They want hazard pay for grocery store workers. So, all those lies from the mayor, they need to stop. She also says that local government isn't the place for this. But if you go to the upper level officials, they say that the proper place for this is in local government. If you go to Cristina Garcia, Baba Chulat, that's what they'll say. So what do those three people, with the mayor have in common, right? They're owned by the grocery store industry. So thank goodness, of course, we seem to have three council members who are not owned by the grocery store lobby. So also the mayor claims that those profits that, Kroger and other stores have, that they're only for a short time. That's false. We just saw a report showing that the cost of food is going way up. The profits for the CEOs are going to be long-lasting. Mayor, you also say that Downey, that you believe that Downey is a fair council. Maybe it will become a fair council, but it isn't a fair council today. For decades, you have been a council that prioritizes the well-being of corporations that exploit working people. You have not been a fair council or fair government. You have actually been the administrators of economic injustice. Hopefully that'll change. So again, Mayor, you say that, your job is to take care of everybody. But in reality, you've just been taking care of the corporations and the very wealthy interests, not the regular working people, who thankfully are now very politically engaged as a result, perhaps, of the pandemic. The hazard pay came as a result of the unions, and the unions are demanding this. You're claiming that, you shouldn't step into with the negotiations that the unions have.
Your time is up.
But that's not.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name's Robin, and I've been an employee for Rite Aid for 36 years. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we were declared essential workers and continue to be essential workers. I have not had the luxury of staying home, working from home. Every day we go to work, we're exposed to people not wanting to wear a mask. It is extremely stressful going to work and wondering if I'm being exposed to COVID. I think about the risks I take on a daily basis and how I do everything I can not to bring it home to my family. I ask for your support today. Is this what it's come to now? We are there for the residents of Downey for 15 months of pandemic, and now we don't matter. This is not representing the workers here in Downey. I urge you to move forward to create an ordinance to show us that you are for the people of Downey. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Vienna. Hi, yes. So the reason why I'm calling today is to call in support of hero pay. And one of the reasons why I think that it should be supported is because while grocery stores have certain precautions that they need to take for the safety of the workers, there is no real way to verify that these precautions are always being taken. From a lot of friends that I have who work in grocery stores, they have also told me that there's really poor communications in regard to when they have a coworker who has tested positive, and sometimes the amount of information that they're given or the transparency behind that could literally look like a Post-it note or an email that was sent out, and there's no clear transparency around when there's actually an outbreak or peers or coworkers next to them who tested positive. Additionally, I wanted to say that grocery workers getting the heroes pay from now on shouldn't be considered something that is, yes, it's important, but also this is just the minimum. Folks who are working in grocery stores and risking themselves every day should have been getting paid heroes pay for months now, from the beginning of the pandemic. And I think that many people who've spoken today who are in opposition of it have, it's pretty obvious that they haven't actually worked as grocery store or often or even in customer service. And so how can people who do not actually understand the risk involved decide that it is not important or that folks at the store are not actually at risk? Who we should be listening to is the people who are actually on the ground themselves. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, I work for Ralph's, and my name is Maria. I work for Ralph's, and my name is Maria.
Can you please lower the volume on your device?
Can you please lower the volume on your device? Can you please lower the volume on your device? Sure. Can I please have ¿puedo tener 6 minutos, por favor? Yo no hablo mucho en inglés y quiero en español, por favor. 6 minutos, por favor, de cotización de Memito.
May I please have 6 minutes? I don't speak much English. 6 minutes, please.
Y trabajo en la Ralph's de María.
Ok, un momento. Estamos dando 2 minutos para este tema, entonces le vamos a dar 4 minutos.
6 minutos. No, por ley, si yo hablo en español, me tiene que dar 3 minutos, en parte otro 3 minutos.
Le vamos a dar el doble, le vamos a dar 4 minutos.
No, 4 minutos no es doble. Ustedes están dando 2 minutos y 3 minutos, ¿no?
Estamos dando 2 minutos para este tema, entonces le vamos a dar 4 minutos.
Ok, gracias. No son 3 minutos. Nomás quería decir yo que trabajo...
Un momento, por favor. Permítame un momento.
Gracias. Y también me gustaría verlas en pantalla, por favor. Está apagada la pantalla y yo quiero verlos a ustedes. Como en persona de City Hall.
I would also like to see you on screen because
Sorry, I'm trying
I don't see
to
it.
adjust the timer and it's not working. Give me 1 second, please. It's not taking the 4. Ok, puede empezar.
Ok, nomás quería decir yo que yo estoy apoyando el héroe de pago.
hi, I would like to just say that I'm supporting the hero pay.
Y yo estoy muy disgusta
And I'm very displeased
porque la mayor no está aprobando por la persona que están trabajando en las tiendas.
as mayor is not approving it for the people who work at the stores.
Yo trabajo en la carnicería
I work at the meat shop
y nosotros vendemos $22,000 al día
and we sell $22,000 a day
cuando estamos en pandemia.
when we're in pandemic.
A mí me da mucha tristeza
I am very saddened
porque la mayor no sabe cómo nosotros trabajamos bien duro para vender la carne.
because the mayor does not know how it is that we work so hard to sell the meat.
La gente llega escupiendo a la gente
People come up, people are spitting,
y no tienen cubrebocas.
and they do not have face covering.
No tienen sus distancias tampoco.
They also do not keep their distance,
Y a veces los maltratan a los trabajadores.
and sometimes they abuse or swear at the workers.
Cuando yo les digo que se alejen,
When I tell them to step back,
se enojan conmigo y me maltratan.
they get angry at me and curse at me.
La unión
The union
no nos protegió a nosotros.
did not protect us.
A la manager, a la manejadora no los protegió a nosotros.
And the lady, the manager, she did not protect us.
Ella, cuando yo estaba enferma, porque yo me contagié de COVID,
She, while I was sick, because I contracted COVID,
me dijo que viniera a trabajar.
she told me to come to work.
Ella nunca me refirió a un hospital.
She never received me at a hospital.
Cuando yo fui al hospital de Downey,
When I went to the Downey Hospital,
ellos me rechazaron a mí.
I was rejected by them.
Me dijeron a mí que no me acercara a la emergencia.
They told me to not get close to the emergency,
Que nomás tomara Tylenol y que me fuera a la casa a morirme.
to simply, not clear if it was sign it off, but to go home and die, to take time off, thank you, and go home and die.
Y después, cuando regresé para atrás a trabajar,
And then, when I went back to work,
mi imaginadora, la que es manager de mi departamento de Rouse, ella me tomó la temperatura.
my manager at the Rouse department, she took my temperature,
Me dijo que estaba bien, que no me pasaba de 100 grados.
told me that I was fine, that it did not go over 100 degrees,
Que me podía hacer el favor a ella y que podía regresar a trabajar.
that I could do her the favor and come back to work.
Y no me pagaron a mí de los 14 días, me pagaron nomás 500.
And they did not pay me for the 14 days, they paid me 500 only.
Prometa, tú no sabes lo que está pasando, la gente está sufriendo y ocupa ese dinero.
Formeta, you do not know what people are suffering through. They suffer and need this money.
Señora, se le acabó su tiempo. Gracias. That is all, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And just so my council colleagues know, our mayor had to leave. I don't know.
We already kind of made a motion in a second.
There was a motion in a
Does that
second.
matter that the one of the seconds is now no longer in the chambers?
I'll go ahead and do that substitution and make the second. But can we still take a vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Alvarez?
I believe she said yes.
Councilmember Ashton?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa is absent.
I only said it because you're going on the microphone.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, so that staff could do exactly what the council is asking to do, is the city council asking staff to focus on the item that was on the agenda as it was discussed initially for the drugstore workers and the grocery store workers, or we want to expand to what Councilmember Ashton brought up, also those issues?
I believe my motion, that was my motion to look at all the issues,
Holistically.
all of it.
Okay.
So that, and I believe that was, what is that, I'm assuming you're doing
Yeah.
the second?
Yes, I'm doing a second on Sean's motion.
Okay, I will do that. We will certainly do that. I would be happy to lead on that. However, I want to mention that, just to make sure that the expectations are clear, this is going to be a lot of work.
Oh, I believe it.
So I don't think that we will meet at next meeting, the deadline for next meeting, because there's a lot of information that needs to be gathered now that the scope is, expanded. But we will do it diligently and we will work on it as hard as we can.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
I know you guys will do the best.
Okay. Okay, and I believe the motion carried. Okay, we're going to go ahead, since we're already on the topics of the administrative reports, and I know we have a speaker that will be presenting, let's go ahead and do item number 9, the additional administrative report for the evening, which is discuss a presentation by LA Cotta regarding LGBTQ Pride event. Assistant City Manager Oscui, do we have somebody providing a report?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I believe that there is an LA CADA representative online that is going to do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Can we hear?
Volume.
See the screen?
I think his audio isn't working properly. Maybe it's on our end.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi, we're having difficulty hearing you. Is there any way you can adjust your volume?
I'm using a microphone right
Oh,
now.
that's
There we
better.
go.
Perfect.
And now we can hear you.
Perfect.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Good evening, City Council and residents of Downey. My name is Richard Parnell. I'm a member of LA CADA. Thank you for letting our agency present to you today our ideas and plans for the Downey Pride Family Picnic. This event will be put on in collaboration with LA CADA and the City of Downey. Members of City Council and the City Departments met last week to discuss possible dates and times as well as details for this event. As we know, California will exit the yellow tier of COVID-19 restrictions on June 19th. We have yet to see what LA County will do with that action, and so we are tentatively preparing for a mid to late July date from around noon to early afternoon. We will coordinate with the Parks Department and sports teams to avoid time conflicts in our scheduling. We envision a Downey Pride family picnic that is respectful, diverse, accepting, and family-oriented. The event will focus on LGBTQ+ adolescent youth and their families. We anticipate over 1,000 individuals and their families to attend. This event will host nonprofit resource booths, food free of charge for all attendees, a prize raffle, among other activities. LA CADA will use the event to focus on LGBTQ+ adolescent youth through our Youth Services Department. We hope to raise awareness and provide community education at our booth, which will be stationed at the family picnic. Among the services we will emphasize through this event are intervention, prevention, education, and community awareness programs. We hope to host the Downey High School and Warren High School Band for music as entertainment, as well as the Trevor Project from Downey High School and the Rainbow Alliance. Some of the activities we imagine for the event are an inflatable dartboard, face painting, jumpers, petting zoo, and free food for all attendees. The locations we are considering include Apollo Park and Furman Park. Parking restrictions, event space, and surrounding traffic are all in consideration when we are planning in this decision for the event. LA CADA staff members will be scoping out these locations by the end of this week. In our previous meeting, we discussed the fee waiver for park reservations and the necessary insurance to be issued for this event. Some support we have garnered thus far and hope to continue to cultivate are from your fellow council members Alvarez and Trujillo, Supervisor Janice Hahn of the 4th District, Downey residents, Downey City staff, the Downey Chamber of Commerce, and of course, LA CADA. During our previous meeting, representatives from Downey Police Department and the Fire Department offered their insight on how to have a safe and fun event this July. Downey PD will provide a patrol vehicle. The Fire Department has advised us to keep all fire lanes open and advised us to request a permit for any large event tent that we will rent. Smaller events for vendors, smaller vendor tents do not need a permit, we found out. City of Downey staff will be reimbursed for their participation, and LA CADA staff will serve as volunteers. Across LA County, Pride lasts from May to September. We are working to create partnerships with our neighborhood cities and their Pride events, including Long Beach Pride, DTLA Pride, and Whittier Pride. With the Whittier Pride Festival, will begin on September 25th, although there is a Whittier Pride Ride that happens on June 19th that we are looking to collaborate with. And these are the action items that we are working on to get the following completed. We need approval from the LA County Health Department. As of now, only 100 people may meet as a large group, and we will follow on this development as we exit the yellow tier. We have drafted a letter of support for Supervisor Hahn of the 4th District. This submission is currently in progress. We will contact sponsors from corporations and nonprofits to participate and fund the Pride Family Picnic. And we will identify vendors who will offer their goods and services to the event. I want to thank you for your time, and I will now open the floor to questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my council colleagues? Questions, comments?
No, thank you very much. This is Councilmember Sean Ashton. Thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate you holding on so long to give us this information. Assuming that we are, we move beyond the yellow tier and everything opens up, is this something that can be done? And like you said in July, that's just kind of my biggest concern is I want this to be a safe event in terms of, I don't want it to become some sort of mini super spreader event.
I believe that all of the marketing may be stalled just because it's a little bit sooner, but we are prepared to plan this event and get it going by July. We're just waiting on that approval for the event. So the only thing that would probably suffer would be marketing and social media outreach. But other than that, we are definitely prepared.
Okay.
I'm curious whether it would make more sense to have it in August to have you become more prepared. Or does it make...
That is perfectly reasonable as well. We can also do it in August too.
Okay. No other questions or comments? Okay, we're now going to open this item up for public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the council regarding item number 9 may now call our teleconference line at 562-299-6622. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the council. For those who submitted comments via email, your comments will be read into the record, and no further public comment via teleconference will be permitted. City Clerk Duarte, have we received any written correspondence regarding item number 9 to be read into the record?
We have, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We received a written correspondence from Lisette Alvarez. Dear Downey, I am writing to you in support of recognizing and celebrating Pride Month in our beautiful city of Downey, California. This, among other initiatives, are important to show members of LGBTQIA in our community that their experiences matter and they are supported and welcome in our city. Thank you. Next, we have an email from a concerned citizen. Good evening, everyone. I am highly concerned about Catherine's agenda to hold a pride picnic during a pandemic. It's obvious Catherine has no regard to the safety of her community with her recent illegal event at Apollo Park on April 25th, 2021. I disagree how Catherine is using Mario Trujillo to push Rodolfo's agenda to hold this event at all costs, but really, what is the rush? Why can't the event be pushed out to next year? How will the city control the number of attendees? A week ago, for the second year in a row, LA County announced the LA Pride Parade would not take place due to COVID-19 concerns. As they stated, it's unclear what the situation will be come summertime. Safety needs to be the priority of council members, not personal agendas to please Rodolfo. In lieu of picnic, why can't Downey participate in the live stream event app June 10th called Thrive with Pride? The television special will also air on KABC TC Channel 7 at 9 p.m. June 12th. Another option for that month, LA Pride is launching a 30-day give-back campaign in partnership with the nonprofit Big Sunday and other local nonprofit and social justice groups for people to volunteer, donate goods, or give money to organizations. How great would it be to give back instead of putting our community at risk during a pandemic? Again, do not expect much from Catherine and Rodolfo to understand that concept, But as for the other council members, please consider our safety. Regards. The next correspondence is from Imelda Ibarra. I disagree for Pride Month. I don't want my children to be exposed to this insane parade. I will remember how they voted on Election Day. Next correspondence is from Ewing Choi. Hello, I am a mother of 4 children. I heard that people with LGBTQ were abused during last meeting, but I do not know if the meaning of abuse is understood correctly. As I read the purpose of this Pride Month, I wonder if Downey community members are not aware of the people with LGBTQ. It is well known in this country at this time. Who does not know? Even California core curriculum is adding LGBTQ matter for even children younger than school age. I cannot accept of being proud of LGBTQ because it is totally personal matter. Are you aware of all people who are in the city Downey? LGBTQ Pride Month is not something that Downey City promotes to make people to aware more, especially at this time when children and city members are suffering under this virus, which has been made in China with NIH help, along with Dr. Fauci, who promotes wrong message to Americans. The purpose of Pride Month is distorted. Downey City Council members should awake of what Downey City members are pursuing, not your own political view, nor because of being afraid to your own life. If you are afraid of being stand for the belief of Downey City members, you should stand on your seat. The next correspondence is from Sandy Padilla. Dear City Council of Downey, I watched the last City Council meeting and was disappointed to see the majority of you support Pride Month. Thank you, Mayor, for voting against it. As I said when I wrote regarding the picnic, many of us in the faith community are offended to see the city want to celebrate something that goes against what we believe. When we voted you in, not one of you mentioned you would be celebrating certain lifestyles. This one has been disguised as normal and is now being pushed in the schools, with the transgender community having the highest rated of suicides. I find it very dangerous that our children are being exposed to these lifestyles as normal. I don't see why the city has to support Pride Month when it goes against the majority of the community. Although I oppose Pride Month, if we do have it, I want to have a heterosexual family month as well. Thank you for your time, and we will be watching come the elections.
That's why we have the county fair.
Next correspondence is from Teofi Aguilar. For the City Council, as a Downey citizen, I would like to let you know that my family and I oppose the LGBTQ Pride Month. This is completely inappropriate and unacceptable. Please vote against it. Mayor, that is all for the correspondence, and we do have some calls.
Okay, can we take the first speaker?
Yes. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking. Please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, my name is Brian Heyman. I live in the neighborhood where Furman Park is located. And I have some concerns with the picnic being held at Furman Park as opposed to Apollo Park. Furman Park is a small neighborhood park. It is surrounded on 2 sides by the backyards of the single-family dwellings along Wileyburg and also Irwin Grove. And the neighbors there have put up with a lot over the years in that park with Little League and other events and even concerts in the park. The biggest problem with using Furman is that the lack of parking. We could anticipate up to 1,000 people to attend this event. Apollo would be much better in that case because not only does Apollo have more on-site parking for vehicles, but it has adjacent off-site parking that can be used at Rancho Los Amigos I'm sure with the approval of Supervisor Hahn. There's even the possibility of using the South Campus at Rancho Los Amigos for overflow parking and shuttle picnic goers from the overflow parking to Apollo Park. Apollo Park is about twice the size of Furman Park, and it is a much more open and spacious park in that their field is wide open for erection of tents, for main events, and for concessionaires, etc. There's a large picnic area at Apollo that has probably 15 to 20 benches. There aren't any benches really other than under the three picnic shelters at Furman. All in all, Apollo would be the best location to have the picnic. I want it to be a success, but I don't want it to have too great an impact on the community. The impact at Apollo would be much less than the impact if the picnic were held at Furman. And I'm pretty sure most of my neighbors
Thank you.
at
Your
Furman
time
would
is up.
agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Any further speakers?
Yes. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Mommy Pacheco, a broad public audience of concern. The matter of a picnic is a public concern, Mommy. That I, an LGBT queer faggot, Herman, wants to participate. But before I do so, I just want to advise you, Mr. Attorney, cited at 562 U.S. 2011, Albert Snyder petitioner versus Fred W. Phelps, for the record. Now, I myself, being a faggot, want people to know that God hates the USA because God advised you to problem with 9/11, that America was doomed. Don't pray for the USA, but thank God for IEDs to protect you. Thank God for the dead soldiers of America, because the Pope is going to hell for participating with Adolf Hitler at his picnic rallies. And priests that rape boys, God hates fags. You're all going to hell and God hates you. Well, the neighbors in the area at these parks should not be haters, Mommy. Besides, it's hurtful and controversial. We all have to learn to get along. And boys will be boys and girls will be girls. However, the book of Romans, Mommy, Romans 1:26 and 27, says pussy and poultry should not be licked.
Mr. Herman, get on topic.
Okay, well, Supreme Court of the United States, Snyder versus Phelps. Thank you, Mommy.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Mi nombre es Gabriela.
Oh, un momento, por favor, un momento. Si puede decir, por favor, unas palabras y luego permita que el intérprete traduzca.
Okay.
Ok, puede empezar.
Okay. Mi nombre es Gabriela y soy una ciudadana muy preocupada con esta proposición de la persona que está pidiendo ese desfile que sinceramente lo considero de mucho riesgo para las familias que estamos creciendo.
Permítame un momento, por favor.
Gracias por permitir. To start, my name is Gabriela, and I am very concerned with the proposition being made here. I am sincerely worried about the risk. Continúe después del riesgo.
Sí, de los principios morales que estamos tratando de formar a nuestros hijos.
Y permítame una pausa. Concerned about the risk for the families that are growing and for us who are trying to grow our children, to raise them. Continúe.
Porque nosotros estamos enseñando a amar y respetar a cada persona.
Because we are teaching that people need to be loved, each one of them, and to be respected.
Y respetarlos, pero siempre con los valores que la naturaleza precisamente nos da, y ellos en esa proposición están queriendo enseñar cosas que no es precisamente lo que una familia típica trata de crecer a sus hijos.
And we are trying to teach them the values that nature gives us, while they, with this proposition, they are trying to teach values that are different from those who raise a family.
Porque la naturaleza creo es crear familia, y en lo que ellos están queriendo propagar es autodestrucción, porque lo que ellos están tratando de planear es confundir a nuestros niños, a nuestros jóvenes, y a la larga esto es una autodestrucción, y yo creo que nadie queremos autodestruirnos, sino queremos la vida verdaderamente.
What nature teaches us is to procreate and to propagate. But what they are teaching is self-destruction. And what this does is it confuses the youth. No one wants self-destruction, and this is confusing.
Y también nuestros valores en la fe que crecemos, yo creo que todo el mundo tenemos derecho a cuidarla y respetarla, y eso va contra nuestra fe cristiana, nuestros principios de moral. Entonces amamos y respetamos a estas personas, y en ese amor queremos que ellos también nos consideren a nosotros.
And so the value that is placed is also for us to grow in our faith, and this is against our faith. This is something that we want to grow, and so we, out of love and respect for this people, we want them to show us love too.
Y estamos en la mejor disposición de hacer un desfile como familia, como lo que es la familia, no como el que nos hace autodestruirnos.
And so we are most willing to carry out a parade that is for the family, something for the family, but not something that is for our self-destruction.
Yo espero que nos puedan comprender todo el comité de la ciudad, y nos protejan, ayudar a crecer bien a nuestras familias, amándonos, respetándonos cada persona, porque el respeto al derecho ajeno es la paz.
And I hope that then you will understand all of us here in this city's committee and protect us as we raise our families, and the love and respect, because the love and respect for the rights of others is peace.
Thank you.
Gracias, su tiempo ha terminado. Gracias.
Gracias.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Downey. Since I came to U.S. as an immigrant 20 years ago, I've not lived out in Downey ever. So there were a few bad episodes in Downey that I experienced those, but fairly Downey is fair and good place to live, and this environment is secure and safe. So I had many busy matters to live on. I participated in this meeting because the city of Downey chose Pride Month for the matter that is not necessary to bring awareness for the people with LGBTQ to be fairly treated, because there is no mistreating upon them in Downey. I do not use the word pride on things of personality, which is not earned from effort, like those characters you praised of earlier during the meeting, for the especially for the mother who supported Downey community for 20 years. It's not a matter of this LGBTQ. Is not a matter of promoting to be promoted, but it's what it is. But now Downey City wants to make people to aware that there is people with LGBTQ without making it to Pride Month. People were aware of it. Not only the Downey City Council made a decision on proclaiming that June is LGBTQ Pride Month. I have a lot to say, but I want to say one thing. California wants to ban Californians, wants to ban same-sex marriage through the elections. For politics, proceeds to pass the law. I hope that these prior months may not be the continued in great city of Downey. I hope that this may be revoked. But since we have already decided, especially I appreciate Major Claudia Plometa to keep your stand, and Mr. Blanca Pacheco, I pray that God may strengthen you to stand firm with your belief, even though our fellow them throwing an egg to rock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other calls?
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Alex, calling in again. I'm just more or less calling for those of the LGBTQ community who are listening into the city council meeting tonight about other folks discussing us here. I want to commend the city council for, specifically Councilmember Alvarez for introducing this, Councilmember Trujillo and Councilmember Ashton for encouraging a picnic for the LGBTQ community here. I grew up in the city of Downey, and it is not known as the most accepting city if you are queer to grow up and live in. As faced by a lot of comments that have come in tonight, we are told that we don't fit in with family values, that we do not fit in with the image of Downey, that we do not belong here, essentially. And I'm calling in for those who are listening who are part of the LGBT community to assure you that you are wanted, you are loved, and you are cared for. And people like myself are advocating for this event, for us, for you. And I look forward to seeing what the city can do in terms of advocating for the LGBT community and assuring our youth here that this is a place that they can grow up in and feel safe and comfortable in being who they are. That is something that everyone deserves to have the right to, being comfortable in existing in the skin that they're in, regardless of race, gender, sexuality, or sexual orientation. So once again, I want to commend Councilmember Alvarez for introducing this, Councilmember Trujillo and Councilmember Ashton for pursuing this and making this event happen. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
We have one more call, Mayor. Actually, two.
Okay.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hello, Rodolfo. So I'd like to say I think it's wonderful that this is moving forward. How wonderful is it that as I think Alexandria Contreras just said, that times are changing and there's where there was rejection before, there's more and more love and acceptance, and that's wonderful. This event fits into a larger tradition in U.S. history. So for a long period of time, you have a marginalized, oppressed group that then, fights for its rights and gets support from others. And then there's a special day or week, whatever it is, commemorated to that group. So that's what we're witnessing here, and it's wonderful that it's come to the here, and it's gonna the struggle continues. There's a lot of other injustices in society that are coming, so it's very important that everyone feel welcome, regardless of their sexual orientation or sexuality, in the city of Downey. So it's wonderful. Thank you to the council members who are pushing for this. It's really wonderful. Please keep pushing for this inclusive agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
My name is Maria. I just would like to tell you that I have a husband. We have 6 kids, and men and women make reproduction. Men and men don't. Women and women the same thing. I think we should consider that we have to take care of the family and the growing of our communities. So if we don't pay attention, that we really have to take care of our families, so we're going to pay the bills later. May the Lord bless your mind to make the best decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further Discussion for my council colleagues? Any questions?
So, do we have a subcommittee that deals with this already? Is there a no? I mean, do we need one, or are they just going to come back and work on this and?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, Councilmember Ashton, from what I gathered last time when this was discussed, there was an agreement that the city is going to provide a space, lack of a better term, and waive the fees. And the only issue that was left to be answered, which we got some clear indication, was the timeline. Because obviously there was a concern about safety and when it's going to happen, and it was supposed to be brought back before the council as far as a date and be approved as far as a date of the event and finalization of the location is concerned. That's my recollection.
So then there's nothing else that we need to do right now. Things are already happening and it's still moving on? Is that my?
I want to have a clear understanding that we're still within the same parameters that were discussed last time, which is the city is going to provide a location. Now it's the location is going to be explored. We got some input from some folks, perhaps some issues that Furman that may be considered, but that's a decision that is staff can take and bring back before the date. As far as I'm concerned, the council wanted to have a certain date certain to approve. So perhaps after we work with LA Cata folks, and we are in communication, the meeting was held, I think, last week, was it? Last week, we continue to communicate with them. They said they're going to inspect both parks this week. So we will reach out, fix the location first, fix the date, and come back before the council, go from there.
Okay, so is there any action that you need of us right now then?
No, just to again, to make sure that my understanding was correct, that the city is going to provide the location and waive the fees and work with LA Cata to fix the date and the location, bring it back to council, and we'll go from there.
Yep, that is correct. That's my understanding as well.
Okay.
So hopefully we can get a date, especially after we find out from the county as to any gatherings, and it appears it's going to be the end of July or sometime in August, and I'm comfortable with that as long as we're okay and we're abiding to the county health orders. So this was really good. It was a good discussion. I'm sorry.
Can I just add to that?
Yes.
So this would be treated like any other nonprofit event. So they would go through the similar process of putting together a site plan, designs of where certain things would be, and then bring that forth to city staff. So what we had done last week is we did kind of a quasi DRC meeting that we do internally, where we meet with nonprofits to make sure that every city department is aware of what is going on, what's approved, and to give them guidance. So that would be the same thing that would be going through. So LA Cata will be handling the event, and then coming to city staff with their site plans for approval, like we would at any other nonprofit group.
Okay. So,
Then do you need anything else of us, or do we need to make another motion, or we
I don't
just?
think we need to make a
No,
motion.
we just wanted to explain to you that it's going to be an administrative process, but because the council's direction was to know the exact, again, date certain and where the location of the event is going to be, we'll bring back that information to you once we go through the process with LA Cata Force.
Do we need like a subcommittee to make that process a little bit quicker, or does it matter?
No, if you trust the staff to take care of it, we'll take care of it for you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to make a comment. I thank you, staff and LA DACA, is it DACA, right? CADA, thank you. And my colleagues to accept this event in the future, because we have to wait for LA County to change the orders. I just want to emphasize that we are doing this in a public place where families can decide to go or not go. We are not in respecting no one. This is not the purpose of it. Also, we don't bring our faith to LGBT on, even though we are Christians, Catholics, because our family, LGBT family, are actually related to Christianity or any other religious. So I just hope that the families out there might think different than I have heard in these messages today. Um, it's kind of sad that still people continue thinking the way they are. I respect that. Um, but with all what we're going to be doing in the future, it might change the way of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's no motion needed and no further discussion, we will go ahead and proceed on to non-agenda public comment. Now is the time for non-agenda public comment. Before we begin the non-agenda public comment period, I would like to remind members of the public participating telephonically that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting, even if you are participating telephonically. Due to the high volumes of calls and correspondence received, each speaker shall have 2 minutes to address the council on issues that are within the city's jurisdiction. Since we are under a federal, state, and local emergency declaration in Los Angeles County Safer at Work and in the community order, I will limit this non-agenda public comment period to 30 minutes pursuant to Downey Municipal Code, Section 2105G. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the City Council, the City of Downey will continue to follow Government Code Section 54954.3B2 and provide non-English speakers double the allotted time to make their public comments utilizing a translator. All other speakers will be given 2 minutes speaking time. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council regarding non-agenda public comment may now call our teleconference phone line at 562-299-6622. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the council on non-agenda items. For those who submitted comments via email, your comments will be read into the record, and no further public comment via teleconference will be permitted. City Clerk Duarte, do we have any written correspondence on non-agenda items to be read into the record?
We do, Mayor Pro Tem. The first written comment is from Isela Obando. Hello, I'm sending this email with absolute gratitude and amazement at Mayor Frometa's exceptional leadership and ability to actually listen to her constituents. Yesterday, via social media, I requested assistance from our mayor over a concerning issue about excessive amounts of trash being dumped on Telegraph Road, District 3. Trash that is hazardous and unsightly. The mayor vowed to look into the issue, and in less than 24 hours, the issue was resolved and addressed. Wow, Mayor Frometa, we are lucky to have you in this leadership position. When we are heard and are given appropriate importance by our leaders, it really makes it worth living here and becoming more involved in our community. I want to note that I emailed my District 3 council member with the same concerns, and I have yet to hear from Ms. Catherine Alvarez. I wonder what it takes to get Ms. Alvarez to listen to our constituents. Ms. Alvarez, I'd like to remind you that the residents in District 3 have the power to vote you out if we continue to see ineffectiveness in addressing the issues we actually need you to address and resolve. Thank you. Next correspondence is from Lee Squire, Vietnam veteran. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Subject, National Police Week, May 9 to May 15, 2021. National Police Week is a week to give honor and praise to our men and women serving in local police in our communities. They put their lives at risk for law and order and safety and security. To the brave men and women of the Downey police officers, thank you for your service to the Downey community. I ask the community to send letters and cards to City Hall thanking our police officers. To the businesses, I ask you place on your doors or windows notice of National Police Week. To our police, be safe out there. God bless America. God bless local policing in communities across this nation. The next written correspondence is from T.D. As a constituent of District 3, I am beside myself. My neighbors and I are in disbelief at the way our Councilwoman Alvarez behaves. She does not represent us. She represents those who think as she does. I have news for you, Catherine. We do not need an activist to represent us. We need someone who has a genuine love and commitment to our city. You are definitely lacking in that area. What we do see is that you are attempting to push an agenda here in Downey. All I have heard you talk about in regards to our beautiful city is how bad it is. You are always complaining. Maybe you do not realize that many residents have lived here for decades. Not because they have to, but because they want to. Not because it is terrible as you claim. I also want to know when you plan on actually showing up to the council meetings. Why would you even run for office when you obviously are not able to follow through and show up for a meeting 2 times a month? That is inexcusable, and I have heard it is due to some kind of disability. But if you are so disabled that you cannot even show up for a few hours 2 times a month, then maybe you should do us all a favor and step down and let someone who actually wants to roll up their sleeves and do something productive have your seat. The next correspondence is from Lisette Rivera. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Prometa, and City Council members. My name is Lisette Rivera, and I am a longtime Downey resident. True leaders rule by example and their actions, especially when it pertains to their community safety and well-being. Councilmember Alvarez hosted an event at Apollo Park on Sunday, April 25th with no permits, violating LA County's guidelines and without the City of Downey's knowledge or consent. She hosted this event with a couple hundred people, vendors, dancers, etc., with the majority of them not wearing facial covering and with complete disregard towards our community. The Downey Police Department was called twice as residents complained about the loud drums going on for hours. An event that started at 6 a.m. in the morning and went on for hours until 3 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. She continues to refuse to follow the city's rules and process. Plus, she ignores LA County guidelines. And she has the audacity to wear her Downey City Councilwoman jacket during the event, almost like a shield to do what she wants, when she wants, and how she wants it. Yet expects others to follow the rules and guidelines except for her. Talk about entitlement. Rules for thee, not for me. She is liable and should be held accountable for making decisions to host an event without prior approval, failing to adhere to local and state mandates, disregarding the health of citizens, and exposing COVID-19 to our community at large. Why was the event not shut down? If any one of us would have had this type of event, it would have been shut down immediately. So is someone getting preferential treatment? Why hasn't this been addressed by anyone? You owe us an answer, and we expect one. Talk about entitlement, rules for thee, not for me. Thank you. That is all the correspondence, Mayor, and we do have some calls.
They can see the timer, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, can we take the first speaker?
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, Pacheco, we can see the timer. You know who I am.
You may proceed.
Talking about First Amendment beliefs, opinions, and broad arenas where the audience get to say what they have to say, what's on their mind. Sometimes First Amendment requires us to tolerate all manners of unpleasantness and inappropriate or hurtful, controversial comments. Just like jackass Gavin Newsom surplus, all of a sudden Mr. Gavin Newsom finds a surplus. Why is that? Why do we have to spend $12 billion on homelessness when dumb fucking ignorant niggers like you didn't bother to spend the money on homelessness, and now we're in a homeless crisis? You know, I was up there in Anaheim, and Mayor Dumbass Harry, Dumbass Mayor Harry from Anaheim, he just loves my comment how I talk about that fucking faggot, Eric Garcetti, who's failed to help and house homeless people. Can you imagine what the world would be if we continue this way, spending money, making money, and raising taxpayers' taxes and stealing from the wealthy 1% rich in their income tax? Well, fuck, America will be a great relief. Matter of fact, I'm against all this controversial fucking coronavirus shit. And it's too bad. It's too bad poor fat Fometta had to leave to go get a Happy Meal because she was having a very bad night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Mi nombre es Bárbaro.
Señor Álvaro, ¿puede hablar por partes, por favor?
Sí, buenas noches. Traigo 2 o 3 puntos que le voy a hablar.
My name is Álvaro, and good night to everyone. I have 2 or 3 points I'll talk about. Diga.
Número 1, la avenida La Páramo, pasando la línea del tren, pasando la Firestone. Ahí hay una construcción sobre la avenida.
On Paramount Avenue, past the railroad tracks, when you go over that past Firestone, there's construction there on the avenue.
Esa calle la acaban de hacer, la acaban de pavimentar completa. No sé cuántos miles de dólares habrá costado a la ciudad.
They have just paved that street over. I don't know at how many thousands or millions of dollars it costs to the city.
La ciudad de Downey no le está dando atención ahí la construcción que hay porque acaban de tapar los huecos.
The city of Downey is not paying attention to that there on that street. They have just covered holes there.
Y se ven que hay dejaron mal tapado, hay muchos baches ahí.
And you can see that it was poorly covered. There are many potholes there.
Yo creo que la ciudad tiene que tener un poquito más de atención sobre estas compañías que están en la construcción de las avenidas que acaban de reparar.
I feel that the city has to pay closer attention and look over what is being done by the companies that they're paying for there.
Las compañías del agua, del cable, de todos abren huecos y no lo tapan bien.
Water companies, cable companies, all these, they open up holes and don't cover them well.
Y yo no veo que la ciudad de Downey le esté poniendo atención a estos problemas porque cuando dejan un bache así.
And I do not see that the city of Downey is paying attention well to this because when they leave potholes such as these.
Entonces no hizo nada reparando esa avenida o esa calle.
So then it did nothing about repairing this avenue or this street.
Y ese es dinero que viene de la comunidad completa, de los negocios y de las personas que tienen propiedades, de todos que pagamos taxis en la ciudad de Downey.
And this is money that's coming from all in the city. Money coming from businesses, those that own properties, and everyone in the community, in the city.
También el problema de los homeless.
Then also the issue of the homeless.
Los hombres dejan sus cosas en los parques, pero la policía en la MER 14 nos dice que no le puede tocar su propiedad privada.
The homeless leave their property in the parks, but then the police, I believe it's Amendment 14, it says you cannot touch your private property.
La policía no está para arrestarlo a ellos, está para ayudarlo a estas personas.
The police does not exist to arrest them. They are there to help these people.
Muchas de estas personas se jugaron la vida en la guerra por defender nuestro país.
Many of these people, they risked their lives in war to defend this country.
Y ahora llegan aquí y los tiran abandonados a las calles. Y también lo vamos a nosotros a pisotear también.
Now they arrive here and they are left abandoned on the streets, and we are going to step over them as well.
No se me hace justo con estas personas que dieron su vida por ahora, por la nación en que estamos viviendo.
It does not seem fair to me for these people who gave their lives or risked it in this nation what we are doing.
Thank you.
Que tengan buenas noches.
May you have a good night.
Thank you very much. Assistant City Manager John Scuya, would you like to mention anything about Paramount Boulevard?
Yeah, absolutely, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. In fact, this is an opportunity to clarify some of the points that was brought up. So I know this issue has been brought up by Councilmember Ashton before. It was Southern California Edison, if I'm not mistaken, that was doing the work there. Now, it is typical for the utility companies when they do actually cut into the street to the pavement, they go through a permit process through the Public Works Department for a reason, for us to make sure that whatever they end up doing is according to their standards and we approve of it. Now, typically when they do a cut and they do their work, they come back and place what is called a temporary patch. Temporary patch by nature is very different from what ends up being a complete fix. After some time, they come in and remove, compact, and then place the asphalt or concrete pavement in place. And this is a case that has taken place already now, if I'm not mistaken, Delfino. It was completed last week, right? Or is it we are in the process of doing that? Maybe you can provide an update, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scooby. So the work, as he has mentioned, is being done by Edison. It's supposed to be completed in the next 2 weeks, and they are required to resurface the asphalt pavement to restore that to the original condition. And the delay has been when they started doing the work, they encountered some asbestos which they had to abate properly. And that has been the delay. So hopefully the work will be done in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, okay.
And we're not paying for that. That's Edison paying for all that.
That's correct. Part of the permit, they are supposed to resurface at their cost.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, there was another issue that was brought up about the confiscation of personal property, homeless, and how we deal with that. That's a sensitive topic. Chief Milligan, if you wanted to please make a quick response to that of how careful our police department is in dealing with these scenarios and issues.
Yes, sir. When we're responding to a call of abandoned property or property that's left behind by an apparent homeless individual, we're responsible for inventorying that property and maintaining it in our custody for a period of time, allowing those individuals to come claim it as their own. We don't immediately take and destroy any of that. We have to oftentimes involve the Public Works Department to help transport the property depending upon the amount of it, but we do have to maintain custody of it for a minimum period of time before we're able to do anything with it. So it is a process that we take seriously and that we follow the guidelines each time we take any type of property out of the field, unless it's obviously just clearly debris.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you both. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, Mayor. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Sí, mi nombre es María.
Si puede empezar y hable por partes, por favor, con una pausa.
Sí, por favor, ¿me puede quitar la pantalla porque no las puedo mirar?
Yes, my name is Maria. May you please remove the screen? I'm not able to see it.
Le estamos enseñando la pantalla para que vea cuánto tiempo tiene para hablar.
No, no quiero eso. Yo quiero mirar a la concejal, la prometa, y quiero mirar a Shane, y quiero mirar a Kathy.
Puede comenzar, por favor. Va a empezar su tiempo.
I want to be able to see the council members.
Por favor, quita la pantalla por mis derechos de humano, por favor.
Can you please remove this screen for my human rights? Please.
Please continue.
Continúe, por favor.
Quita la pantalla, por favor, o va a tener problemas.
Please remove the screen or you will have problems.
Please continue.
Que continúe usted, por favor.
Quita la pantalla o va a tener problemas, Pacheco, por favor.
Remove the screen or you will have problems. Pacheco, please.
Let's stop let's stop the time. Stop the time and let our city manager, city attorney respond.
No, I think you need to just give her a warning that her time is going and she needs to speak or we'll just disconnect.
Okay, you need to speak or else you're going to run out of time. Because your time is running.
Por advertencia de la vicealcaldesa, que hable usted, por favor, el tiempo le está corriendo o perderá el tiempo.
Quita la pantalla porque tengo mis derechos también yo como humano de Brown Act.
Remove the screen. I do have my human rights under the Brown Act.
That is not a Brown Act issue. So unless she wants to speak, we'll just disconnect.
Okay. Unless you can speak, or else we're going to disconnect if you do not want to
Que
speak.
no se aplica la ley Brown Act. Usted, por favor, o habla o si no la van a desconectar.
Ok, está bien, Pacheco. Ok, usted me está contradiciendo el problema que yo estoy hablando.
Okay, Pacheco, you are contradicting me on the problem, on this issue I'm talking about.
La pantalla es contra la ley.
The screen is against the law.
Tú no puedes quitarme eso del código de éticos.
You cannot take that from me, the ethic code.
Ok, el derecho de ético dice que la persona que puede apoyar de cualquier humano derechos.
The ethic code says a person can support any human right.
El código de éticos,
The ethics code,
el guía de principales,
the guide of principles,
puede designar de ayudar ¿cómo se puede decir? Personales de código de honestamente de integridad.
the code of ethics and principles, and some words are misspoken, not understood, but it says that these may support honesty,
De negocio, organización,
a business organization,
de profesionales y supuestamente aprovechar los problemas
and professionals, and supposedly can talk about issues
de éticos, de principal, de contra de la organización de códigos de valores.
of ethics, of principles, of organizations and values.
Por favor, quita la pantalla del City Council si no están abriendo las puertas, por favor.
Please remove screen from the city council if the doors are not being opened, please.
Porque si no, va a tener problema Pacheco.
Otherwise, you, Pacheco, will have problems.
La Frometa se fue de su silla porque tiene miedo.
Formeta left her chair because she is afraid.
Yo estoy protegida por primera memito.
I am protected by first, I think, an attempt at the word amendment.
Sí, a memito.
Amenito, which doesn't mean amendment, but it's close.
Sí, no, primero a memito. Amendment. First Amendment.
First Amendment.
Ok, correcto. Yo estudié mis leyes. So, yo fui a Cerritos College. Yo estoy estudiada de ¿cómo se llama? De graduaciones de 2 becas. So, la Pacheco no sabe sus leyes.
I know my laws. Yes, I went to Cerritos College and with 2 scholarships. I know my laws. Pacheco does not know her laws.
Yo sé mis derechos. So, lo que tú estás queriendo de los 3 minutos es contra la ley.
I know my rights. What you're doing about the 3 minutes is against law.
Your time is up. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hola, buenas tardes. Traductor, por favor.
Sí, hable por partes, por favor. Puede decir su nombre y comience.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Rodolfo.
Thank you. My name is Rodolfo.
Yo quiero preguntar, ¿dónde está la alcaldesa?
I want to ask, where is Madam Mayor at?
O sea, ¿cuándo se fue?
Meaning, when did she leave?
Esto es consternante. Se supone que ella dice que las personas deben de quedarse ahí.
This is worrisome. Supposedly she says that people must remain there.
Ella quiere que todos los concejales estén ahí, no importa si tengan problemas de salud. Entonces, ¿dónde está? ¿Qué pasó?
She wants all council members to be there, supposedly, even if they have health problems. Where is she? What happened?
O sea, esto es consternante. Ojalá que todo esté bien.
So this is worrisome. I hope everything's well.
Me pregunto, no sé, ¿estará en los parques tomando fotos de los homeless?
I asked myself, might she be at the parks, maybe taking pictures of the homeless?
Porque sabemos que eso lo hace porque quiere que la policía vayan ahí a agarrar las cosas.
Because we know she does that because she wants the police to go there and take or grab items.
Oyen, esperen, no me están dando mis 4 minutos. ¿Por qué no me están dando 4 minutos?
Listen, wait, you're not giving me my 4 minutes. Why are you not giving me my 4 minutes?
Ustedes me están limitando mi tiempo más que las otras personas.
All of you are limiting my time more than to other people.
Esto es porque no les gusta lo que digo yo y otras personas que hablamos en español.
This is because you don't like what I say and these people who speak Spanish.
O sea, ustedes tienen que empezar a respetar los derechos del pueblo hispanohablante.
So you must begin to respect the rights of the Spanish-speaking people.
Thank you.
Your
and thank
time
you.
is up.
Thank you for your concern, Mr. Barragan. As a reminder, for those individuals that are bilingual and who choose to speak in Spanish, your time will remain at 2 minutes. For those who are non-English speaking and only speak in Spanish, your allotted time will be doubled to 4 minutes. Do we have any further speakers?
We do, Mayor. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking. Please state your name and begin speaking.
Doesn't seem like anybody's there.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yeah, hello. I want to tell the TV block that's not okay. From my business going out of business. Grocery worker for line. I'm sorry, I don't know how to speak English. But Pacheco, you are not okay by saying to speak English. Some people speak Chinese and Cambodian. They don't speak very well. You are wrong. You be racist. Are you be racist? I'm sorry, I don't know how to speak English. I am very saddened that you do not support orientation and culture. That is very wrong. Not okay. I have my business. I called last time, and I am very saddened to know that you don't care about all people and community. Not okay. Not okay. It's very wrong. I came here when I was a baby.
Just a minute, please. Can you please stop the time?
Pacheco,
Madam City Attorney, it appears that this caller is the same caller that previously called. Can we disconnect?
I don't have any information to verify that. Only the city clerk who knows the telephone numbers can verify that. I'm not able to do that.
Is that confirmed that it's the same caller?
Yes, Mayor, it is the same phone number of
Okay,
the person that
since-
called and spoke in Spanish.
Okay, since they've already called, it's disconnect. Sorry, caller, you've already called. Any other callers?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, that is all.
Okay, thank you. I will entertain a
Close
motion
public comment.
to... Second? Is there a second to close public comment?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, now is the time for consent calendar items. Members of the public wishing to address the city council regarding consent calendar items may now call our teleconference line at 562-299-6622. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the council on consent items only. For those who submitted comments via email, your comments will be read into the record and no further public comment via teleconference will be permitted. City Clerk Duarte, do we have any written correspondence on consent calendar items to be read into the record?
Mayor, we don't have any written comments.
Do we have any speakers?
We have one call coming in.
Okay. We can go ahead and take that caller.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Grumpy Mommy, I want to speak in consent items. Is that okay with you, Grumpy Mommy?
Which item?
You got order of minutes, Mommy. Let me start with order of minutes. When we last time met, we talked about picnic. Picnic for pussy and pooches. And I want to be a participant in picnic at park, Mommy. Park.
Which item are you on?
Yeah, we've already discussed that item.
Minutes. I'm talking about minutes of last time, Mommy. Now let me go into consent item 1. Item 1, fuck item 1. It's not important.
Item 1's already been discussed.
Okay, then I go to item 2, 3, 4, 5. I put them all together. Fuck all 5. Then I go to item...
Mr. Herman, please stay on topic. Stating numbers is not on topic.
I'm on consent items, Mommy. Why do you get upset? Why do you get upset, Mommy? You got upset with...
Mr. Herman, I am warning you. We will disconnect if you cannot stay on topic.
Oh, so you're racist, you fucking bitches. All of you are racist. Systemic racism is a...
Alicia, he's been warned. Let's disconnect.
Systemic racism is not on the consent calendar.
Are there...
I can't hear you.
Almost there. Are there any other callers?
Yes, Mayor. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, my name is Brian Heyman. I urge City Council to reopen the council meetings to the public for
Mr.
in-person.
Heyman, we're on consent calendar items only.
I was in queue for general public comment, and I didn't get in. I got dropped.
We've actually already closed public comment for non-agenda items. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, let me just commend you all for your patience in dealing with all these callers, and please try to get the meetings opened up live again.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other callers?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Are there any council members that, is there a motion to close public comment?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Perfect. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
Yeah, I'd like to pull items 2 through 8. No, just kidding. I'll
Got a comedian.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar if there are no amendments.
A second.
Is there a second? Good. City Clerk Duarte, can we take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ashton.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco.
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa is absent. The motion is approved unanimously. I'm sorry, with Mayor Frometa absent.
Thank you very much. Assistant City Manager Escudi, do you have any comments?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I can briefly mention, thank you, Councilmember Ashton, for bringing up the work that Caltrans is going to be doing. Because it's time sensitive, I'm going to share with you some more detailed information. It's going to be 2 consecutive weekends, as you mentioned. It's going to start with this upcoming weekend, May the 14th. Work starts, this is actually 2 55-hour weekend work. Starts at 10 p.m. on Fridays and will end on 5 a.m. on Mondays. This coming weekend, it's going to be northbound. It's going to impact the northbound direction of the freeway, I-5 freeway at Paramount. Paramount on-ramp is going to be closed. And it's going to impact some lanes on the freeway, actually. The following weekend, which is going to be May the 21st, it's going to impact southbound direction. So some lanes on the freeway and the southbound off-ramp will be closed off. So I wanted to share that information, and then we'll also make sure that we'll put it on our website.
And social media?
Yeah, and social media.
Social media blast.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Assistant City Manager Escudi, and to my council colleagues, thank you very much. It's always nice to see you all. I'd like to now adjourn the meeting in memory of Staff Sergeant Christopher F. Pontos, 55 of Richmond, Virginia, and the lives lost due to COVID-19. And I do want to mention, Councilmember Alvarez, you said the lives affected in Colombia? A moment of silence. Meeting adjourned.
Early night.